please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Yes, we have time now for citizen input, and this time is set aside for individuals wishing to address our board. And if you do have any documentation, would you please turn it in to Sharon for our public record? Thank you very much. I have a form from Bill Swanson and Bill Swanson and Rick Bestwick. If you want to, I don't know if you want to come up together or independently. You each have 3 minutes.
Good morning. I'm Bill Swanson. This is Rick Bestwick. We're both members of the Fall River Special Road District. We had our first meeting of the year yesterday, and we were short. One commissioner. We only had 2 because the nomination we put in was withheld for some reason. And November 25th, I'll remind you that a couple of our neighbors, a Mr. Stowe and Mr. McManus, visited you and asked you to withhold any nominations from our board because I've been charged with breaking the law and violating ethics. And so apparently you have observed his request because we haven't got a new member yet. So I wanted to point out I provided the results of 2 investigations of myself, one by the Oregon Ethics Commission and the other by Deschutes County District Attorney. And you've all got copies of that right now. And I feel that should clear up any allegations that Mr. McManus has presented. And so I'd like you to review that. And if you could, give us an explanation why you're still withholding this appointment, because we are currently short one of our commissioners. And we had our first meeting yesterday. And we'd like to find out if there's something else holding up this nomination.
Thank you, Mr. Swanson.
Yeah, I just want to point out that I think the documentation that he provided shows that all of his that he's been exonerated of any wrongdoing for all of the allegations that have been made, and that it seems it doesn't seem like there's a basis for withholding the appointments that we have proposed in December.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, I will note that Mr. Hummel's letter was dated January 3rd. So
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you for giving us a copy of that today.
Okay.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Thank you for joining us.
Is there any other citizen input in the room? If so, let's look at our consent agenda. Mr. Henderson, did you want to pull?
Yeah, I'd be interested in pulling items number 2 and 3 just for a couple of questions, not anything else substantively. I just was interested in how they worked.
I'll support that and second the motion. Or if that was,
So I'll move approval of the
Yeah.
consent agenda with items 1 through 6, subtracting 2 and 3 for now.
yeah, I'll second it.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Henderson?
Yes.
Mr. DeBonne?
Yes.
Chair votes yes. So, thank you to everyone else who is here for the consent items. And I do want to recognize that Jim Morrell and Carrie Novick were reappointed to the County Fair Board. So I'd like to thank them for their service at this moment. So then we'll go with item number 2 on the consent.
I don't know if, yeah, Chris can maybe explain it. Thanks for joining us.
Morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
As you may recall, we entered into an intergovernmental agreement with ODOT for preemptive right-of-way purchase for property near the intersection of US 20 and OB Riley Cook in advance of that forthcoming project. At the time, there's a developer with a bunch of home sites that was hot and heavy to develop those home sites. There was some property that was identified as common to both concepts of either roundabout or grade separation that could be preemptively purchased with the thought of purchasing property prior to any development activity on it. ODOT has now purchased that right-of-way, portion of which is the future Wood Avenue right-of-way, which would complete its connection from Bailey Road to OB Riley Road, which again is common in both the roundabout and grade separated concepts for that intersection. Now, several homes have been constructed on this section of Wood Avenue, this future section, and this action is needed to dedicate the one for the county to accept this property from ODOT in fee, and 2, to actually dedicate it as public right-of-way, such that those titles can be perfected with access and the home sales can proceed accordingly. I think there's several closings scheduled here in the near future. So before you are 2 items. The first is a deed of dedication, which will, the first is a relinquishment deed, which transfers the property and fee to Deschutes County, which is just the Wood Avenue portion. The second is a deed of dedication, which will establish the property as public road right-of-way under the jurisdiction of the county. In the future, once this project is complete, it will be converted to a county-maintained road once the improvements are made through this project.
The reason I was interested is just understanding the process a little bit, because I read the memo. And then there's a map here. So what property actually got dedicated, I guess is what you're saying, to what will become a county road?
So it would be the, if you're looking at what I handed Sharon earlier that I don't have in front of me right now, it's a map with...
Here?
Yeah, and so that's a black and white. So it's the Wood Avenue extension of that property that's highlighted in bold.
Stark.
That's,
It says Wood Avenue vacated.
it was previously vacated decades ago, I believe.
Now you're reacquiring it?
Now it's been reacquired.
I see. And then, so these houses have to be taken down as a result?
No, the homes have recently been constructed. They just do not have access to a street.
Oh, I see.
So
Okay.
this dedication would then make Wood Avenue a public road and would allow the title company to verify access.
And then that connects further, it's off the map, further to Bailey Road?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and-
So that's what I didn't understand. And was the 800,000 just to purchase that?
No, the 800 is for the Wood Avenue right-of-way, and then all the other right-of-way to the east, in between the Tumalo Feed Company, OB Riley Road, and Highway 20.
Okay. So it's a variety of properties that the county, that we're helping. There's 2 things here. One, we're contributing to the state's effort to buy land, and the second, we're taking a specific action here just to create a roadway here, and the state giving that to the county. That's kind of
Correct.
what
Yeah, we're accepting the relinquishment deed gives us the property. The dedication deed dedicates it as public right-of-way,
Okay,
public road right-of-way.
all right.
So when should that project be completed? What is ODOT's timeframe? Do you know, Chris?
So the timeframe, they just started the planning process through the Planning Commission to amend the TSP. That would, I believe they're having a work session later this month with a hearing, first Planning Commission hearing in next month, I think February 22nd or thereabouts. After that, it's a very similar path as to what we just experienced with Terrebonne. Planning Commission makes a recommendation. It comes to the board for an additional hearing and approval for discussion. The project itself, I believe, is probably a 2022 project, if things proceed accordingly.
Good.
I'll move approval of, or chair signature of documents number 2020-069 and and I guess approval by all of us of document number 2020-071.
I'll second it.
Any further discussion? No? Commissioner Henderson?
I vote yes.
Commissioner Devon?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. Thank you, Chris.
Thanks for the explanation.
And thank you for your crews working so hard out there.
Yeah.
Will you pass it on? They're doing an excellent job. Janice? Yes.
Good morning, Commissioners. Janice Garceau, Deputy Director of Deschutes County Behavioral Health. My program manager, Liz Renteria Holden, will step back in a moment. She just stepped out briefly. But I am here to request permission to apply for SAMHSA grant funds that will fund, this is a very long name, grants for expansion and sustainability of the comprehensive community mental health services for children with serious emotional disturbance. So these grants are intended to increase infrastructure and services to the array of services for our seriously emotionally disturbed youth. So we think of those as our wraparound services, sometimes our young adults in transition, occasionally ESA clients as well, and occasionally outpatient, children served in outpatient that have higher needs or higher risk because of their mental health disorders. This is a 4-year grant. It is for up to $1 million per year. We're proposing that it fund 8 FTE. That's 1 supervisor, 3 behavioral health specialist ones, which would function as case managers, 3 peer support specialists who support either youth or parents as individuals with lived life experience, and 1 management analyst to assist with grant tracking and data collection and things of that nature. There is some revenue in this grant made available to cover indirects. There's a 10% indirect cost rate, and there is an in-kind or cash match requirement, and we are proposing in the budget that you'll see attached that our in-kind match be made up of Liz's position or the program manager position and 2 supervisors and 1 behavioral health specialist, 1 that is already staff, and that's permissible by the grant. The purpose of the grant is, in terms of our vision of the grant, to align with SAMHSA's purposes, is that we are continuing to build on our system of care wraparound initiative, which is a state best practice that is probably in place in only 1 other county, I believe, at this point, that looks at coordinating between multiple agencies how services are provided to high-risk youth and their families. So that's a portion of what this work will accomplish. The other piece is that as our community grows and as the requirements for high-fidelity wraparound continue to be more strict and rigorous, we're required to have a 1-to-15 ratio of staff to clients, and that's becoming increasingly difficult to comply with because our community is growing and the staff has remained about the same size. So this would allow us to actually meet some of those requirements and increase services to seriously emotionally disturbed youth. The last piece is that this is a grant application that we submitted last year with your approval. There was 1 error on a heading, and the grant was not reviewed by the grant committee. So we later followed up with SAMHSA to determine whether or not this would have been a competitive application without that error, and we were encouraged to reapply, which I think is promising.
Yeah, they said in the instructions that you need to send it in early because of errors, that they'll actually let you know. So,
Yeah, we have
can't send it in at
deadlines.
5 on the last day.
You really can't, and in fact, the new system that they use for uploading all of your grant documents is really a bit of a beast and generates multiple error messages, often not accurately, so we always plan to have at least 48 hours in advance of submission to start uploading documents.
I know, I was reading that going, oh my gosh. Yes. But they've got all these analysis of your error messages.
I have a couple questions.
Yes, sir.
So how many children or young people do you expect that this will serve per year? Or reach, or whatever the word is?
Yeah, so it has really specific, really specific,
You want to identify yourself?
I'm sorry. I'm Elizabeth Renteria Holden, Program Manager with Deschutes County Behavioral Health, Comprehensive Care for Youth and Families. So it has some specific requests that we increase our ability to serve those young people experiencing clinical high risk for psychosis or experiencing psychosis. So we anticipate to increase that by 73 each year. That's like based on some penetration rate where we expect that we could identify and reach out to those yet untreated children. And then an additional, with the additional 3 care coordinators or the BHS2s, we will be able to, with Rep Fidelity, serve an additional 45. And
Were you kind of saying 73 plus 45?
Yeah.
Additional to who you're serving
Correct.
already through current?
which is about double than what we are, a little less than double than what we are doing right now currently.
So how many are you doing right now then?
Well, our census waxes and wanes depending on different things, but we have 48 right now in wraparound. We're a little bit over Fidelity. We should be at 45. And then we have 40 in our ESA program and another 48 in our young adults and transition program.
And how many
these
non-fidelity
down.
wraparound cases?
How many non-fidel, so we have intensive care coordinators, which is a way to continue to provide some of the wraparound type services. We have 2 other care coordinators that are providing that, and they have a caseload of around 20 each.
So I'm just doing the math. It sounded like 48 plus 40 plus 48 plus 20 plus 20.
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
And then I did.
And so when you get a new program like this that gives you more capacity, do you realign which way children or youth go? I mean, so do some of the people that go to a different, I mean, I don't know all the definitions of all your programs, but
There are definitely program criteria, and based on the grant ask and some of what we identified as needs, some of these would be working with a more intense, clinically high risk for psychosis or first episode psychosis young folks, based on that ask in the grant. So, but each of the programs have different criteria, and based on our census, we would be distributing the workload amongst them.
And just to add some context, when we provide wraparound services to a youth, they also have to have a therapist attached to them. So wraparound is a sort of service on top of just basic outpatient services when we've identified that a child has multiple needs, is involved in multiple systems, has pretty serious risk for either out-of-home placement or out-of-school placement or both. So what we're able to do now with our existing resources, provide only 45, 48 in this case, because we're a little bit over, actual high-fidelity wraparound services to existing clients. This expands our ability by twice the amount to children and youth that we're already serving, but we're not able to assign wraparound services to.
yeah, meaning you're serving, they're doing counseling or some kind of effort like that, and wraparound being more people involved and more parts of their life involved, right?
More intensive services and more focused coordination of care. A lot of these children are involved with foster care system, the child welfare system. They have health needs, juvenile justice. They have, they're on individualized education plans in the school district. So they're kids whose families really need a lot of support coordinating their care, because it can be complicated for families with kids that are struggling.
So this would add 118, potentially more, to what's about 150 or something. I don't know exactly, 160. You know, one of the things I see a need for is the stabilization, youth stabilization. I mean, we're doing the stabilization center for adults, but that's a big crisis in families with where does a child go when things fall apart at home? And there's really no place for that. And do any of these grants ever offer that as a, you know, into some facility, there'd be 3 spaces for young kids that you're not going to put them in juvenile, but they need to go somewhere because there's this crisis at home.
Yes, it's a crisis across the nation, I would say, and particularly in Oregon. We already have funding that has been earmarked for crisis respite and a contract with Greater Oregon Behavioral Health. They have yet been able to find homes, foster homes, because that's the model, is to do crisis respite in foster homes. They've been looking for several years now to find homes in our area to provide that service. Having said that, we are going to definitely be working with the Crisis Stabilization Center to offer some sort of service, and this team would actually be working closely with that group on serving children. They obviously wouldn't do the whole adult program, but they would be able to come to the Stabilization Center and then get additional support.
So this team, meaning the new application, if you got those funds,
Correct.
that there is some potential for that. What do you call it? Crisis respite.
So we're required as a function of our contract with the CCO to offer crisis respite services by passing some dollars through to a provider. We've identified, it took a long time to even identify a provider. We've identified a provider, and they have not been able to recruit foster parents who are willing to take these youth. So it really is a significant problem in Central Oregon that kids have to be sent out of the area if they need to be housed outside of their home. So it's something we continue to work on. These funds don't directly support it, but we support it as an agency with Oregon Health Plan dollars and continue to work on trying to support that agency in finding foster care placements.
What's that group you identified, the Greater?
Greater Oregon Behavioral Health Incorporated, or GOBI as they're known, and we have had a contract with them for, I believe now, going on 3 years with where they're looking. They offer incentives, $500 for a referral, and just really have struggled to find people willing to take on this role. Yeah.
But then there's the other side of the story, and it's why does Oregon have as many foster children as the state of New Jersey that has 9 million plus people? So, you know, it's like, okay.
Yeah, the respite would be up to, 24 to 72 hours at most, and then potentially working with the family. It's not a long-term placement, it's just enough to stabilize.
Yeah,
Situation.
That's what I'm really talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stabilization.
And they're still, they're still finding challenges, finding people being able to commit to that. So, it's a problem.
So there is nothing in Central Oregon at this time for that?
Correct.
Correct. Despite our efforts to encourage someone to do that and incentivize it. And
One other question I had about the matching. So is all the matching requirement going to be covered by in-kind, or is there anything out of our current budget financially?
Because the last year it's 1-to-1.
But last year, it's 1-to-1, so we reduce, these will be limited duration positions. We reduce the budget to reflect that we can't support all of the positions in a 1-to-1 match. And then I believe we will try to absorb one of the behavioral health specialists as part of our 1-to-1 match in fiscal year 25. And yes, Commissioner, the rest is covered through salaries.
Well, I'll move board approval of the grant application. My only caveat is that it seems like this has been a real priority, as a lot of things have with mental health and behavioral health through the federal government. And if that ever stops, it's kind of like the musical chairs. Is there still chairs for everybody? And what do we do then? But guess we'll cross that bridge when we come to it, so, if we come to it. So I'd move approval of this request.
I'll second it.
Any further discussion?
There's an opportunity for us to go to Washington DC for National Association of County Commission meetings, and this may be an area that we could really get to understand what happens in, when the federal government and, just to learn about the agencies and where these policy choices are being made. Because I agree. I mean, if we can fund these great efforts to do good things for people, that's great. But it just can't scale up. We're not going to be able to fix everybody's problems in the whole world. So just understanding who is making these policy choices and how it's happening in Washington would be possibly valuable. Just sharing with you. We can talk more on that subject. You might have heard that request.
Yes.
Yeah.
And Commissioner, anything that can be done from the local level and the state level to support the Certified Community Behavioral Health Clinic effort, which has really been probably the most positive move the federal government has made to support services to high-risk individuals, is really we would certainly advocate for that and be willing to talk more about that. That said, a lot of the focus of the CCBHC has been on adults. There is some lip service given to services for young people and seriously emotionally disturbed youth, but probably not enough. So that's an area that I think could use some attention.
And I think what Commissioner DeBone's saying is we have our legislative conference at the end of February in Washington, and it's a 4 or 5 day event. There's, seminars and conference things we go to, or we go see our Congress people. But if there's some things we could do, because we're so engaged with SAMHSA and these programs, so they could put a face on something from Deschutes County, that'd be a worthwhile thing for us to do. Because otherwise we go with 30 or 40 commissioners and lobby for timber or something, so it'd be an interest. Isn't that what you're saying?
Oh,
I
yeah.
mean, and I would be interested in that also, just so that they have a face, and we can talk about what talking points or whatever,
Okay.
but
Well,
or
we're happy to
results
help.
so that would be a
Happy to help make
valuable
the case.
thing to do, given that we're so engaged with the programs. So.
We could create
Yeah.
a brief on what we're doing and then
Yeah.
what the need is and how we can.
Or even pictures. I mean, pictures. Here's our facility.
Well-
Here's this. Here's the. People in Washington like to see what happens out there, and
Well,
we'd be good conveyors of that, because we're used to presenting things and explaining things, and so yeah.
Well, it's May 22nd, the funding deadline, or is going to end for the certified, CCBHC. So we've got to get that deadline for the next couple of years. They've got to fund that. And I know that Senator Wyden has been on that from the start with Congressman Walden, and it's been unfortunate that they've kind of piecemealed it for the last little bit, and then we're only one of 8 states. So we really need that program to continue.
We do, and commissioners, just so you're aware, even though the federal government did extend it after December 21st, they extended it then to May 22nd, OHA has not agreed to extend the funding to the counties that are participating, because they are relooking at whether or not they want to continue to partner with the federal government on this effort. Just making sure that you're aware of that decision.
Well, and at AOC this week, Association of Oregon Counties, our monthly meeting in Salem, that was a topic that as AOC, we're endorsing the continuation of that program. So our lobbyist at AOC will be, saying that to whoever they need to say it to, so we can.
Thank you.
The other thing, from a national standpoint, is if there's, even beyond meeting somebody in SAMHSA or some agency person, is if there's a champion in the Congress, and it may not be one of our Congress people, it may be somebody else. What's that?
It has been, in fact, it's been Senator Wyden and Representative Walden both
Right.
have partnered on this funding in particular, so
Oh,
they've been
okay.
strong
Yeah,
Well,
they've
that makes
they've
it
been-
easier for us, but
they've been
if there's
the
others outside that, they would be just as interested in hearing of how it's working or why it's working, so, okay.
So I noticed the presentations were given, not by Deschutes County the other day?
Correct.
Okay. Were we asked? No?
Where was that?
It is often
it
people
was in
who
Salem.
are close to Salem, although Rick Trelevin went for our area, although I don't think he was in that particular meeting talking, yes, he was in fact talking about CCBHC. So he's he's the Central Oregon Director of now Crook and Jefferson County.
Right.
Less expert on CCBHC because they're not a CCBHC, but certainly an advocate for those services, so.
Okay. Wow.
Still got to vote.
So with that,
Yeah.
We need a motion?
Well, I made the motion.
Okay.
Yeah,
Oh, and then
we're
you had a
just
discussion.
Yeah, I just-
Commissioner Henderson?
I vote yes.
Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
Okay, and the chair votes yes, of course, for
Thank
this.
you, Commissioners.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for all your good work. And maybe turn it in 72 hours. Okay, Whitney?
Good morning, Commissioners. Whitney Hale, Administrative Services. We have our quarter two performance measure updates for you this morning. As you know, these are updates on the board's goals and objectives that you set each year and that we'll be setting again later this month for the coming year. But today, we're joined by a number of departments that are reporting on project updates on measures that correlate to the goals and objectives that you set earlier this year. So we're going to kick things off with community development. I have building official Randy Scheid and assistant building official Chris Gracia here to talk about turnaround time on building plan reviews. This falls under the board's goal of service delivery and the objective of ensuring quality service delivery through the use of innovative technology and systems. Turn things over to you.
Thank you. I'm happy to announce that we have been hitting our plan review turnaround times, which is not only a performance measure, but is statute and rule driven. With the inclusion of the new FTE that the board provided us for plan reviews last year, she's been helping us reduce the times by getting plans out the door. Also, we are seeing less plans coming in. It is a winter, type activity, but hopefully she'll be fully up to speed by spring, and this will, we'll be able to at least continue this into once we get farther into our busy season. I mean, naturally, we're going to kind of lag behind when we hit that big bump, but we're going to even it out after that. We also yesterday found that our state program, ACELA, even though we're managing our clock properly, when we stop the clock because we've issued a correction letter and we need plans, we need it addressed. On revisions, the clock was not stopping. And normally revisions are a pretty quick thing, so we didn't really notice it. And there's very few revisions that we get for a plan. But when I looked at January's numbers, it had all of a sudden spiked back up because we had 2 revisions that had several correction items that we were waiting on the contractor to get back to us. And once we finally put those in, it hit us for about 450 hours for one and 250 hours for the other because the clock never stopped. We have taken the revisions out now in these. We have a work ticket in with the state. Once they get that fixed, we'll put them back in.
Really optimizing the numbers at that point, finding out that those 2 different applications really skewed the numbers.
Yeah, and trying to have very accurate, when we drill down, we want to make sure we're measuring what we're supposed to be measuring.
Well, I want to thank you for, that plan review. I've got to call a few times. Oh, man, those building people, I need these plans. And you're very responsive, able to help people in the field, making sure, at least communications. I know that sometimes the builder or the developer, they just want to call back to know where they're at, too. So it's so valuable to be responsive to the folks that are out there. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's great news.
Yes.
Yeah, thanks.
Oh, Chris, you had nothing to say?
You did a great job. Yeah.
Thank you.
Good morning. Happy New Year.
The second department update we're going to receive this morning is from County Forester Ed Keith. Ed is going to provide an update on the number of Firewise communities within the county and this falls under the board's goal, Healthy People, and the objective of sustaining natural resources in balance with other community needs.
Good morning. As you may recall, we've talked about Firewise Communities a bit over the past few months, but Firewise Communities is basically a national model that is housed within the National Fire Protection Association that provides a model for communities to really organize around and begin to address the risk of wildfire within those communities. So it provides that model that we then promote with several of our communities. We actually were lucky enough to have the first Firewise community, or actually through a lot of hard work, the first Firewise community in Oregon at Fall River, and we've continued to build on that list since that time. We're now up to 35. So that process is really a partnership between Deschutes County and Project Wildfire, alongside the Oregon Department of Forestry and the local fire department. So we really work together with the fire department and the Oregon Department of Forestry to do those community assessments and get those communities through the process of being recognized as Firewise communities. So the communities that have most recently then completed that process of recognition are Aubrey Park on the north side of Aubrey Butte, Clear Pine, which is within the city of Sisters on the north end of Sisters, Indian Ford Ranch, which is in the Greater Sisters area, north of the city, and then Lane Knolls, which we've been working with for actually a number of years on different fuel reduction projects, but they finally finished the process of the recognition there. And I would note that 3 of those communities actually finally finished the process, that they were in progress of doing it, but they finally finished that partially to be recognized before we offered the grant that we offered to, encouraging Firewise communities to apply. So they were, like I say, already in progress, but finally finished their process. So yeah, that's questions.
Those are all sizable communities. I don't know Clear Pine, but the other 3 also sizable and
Fairly good size, yeah. Clear Pine is smaller lots. It was actually way before that area was subdivided. That was just a couple different vacant lots that were very overstocked with bitter brush and trees that we had done some initial fuel reduction from a previous grant with another owner 5-6 years ago. So they're in relatively good shape, and I'm glad to see that they're want to continue to address their risks using the Firewise model.
we have more in line for the next quarter?
We do. I think we have 3 or 4 pending. So they, the first step is that usually the partners with Deschutes County, the fire department, ODF, or at least 2 of those 3 do a community assessment with those communities, and so we've done 3 or 4 of those, and that's kind of the first step. And then that community then forms a Firewise board, sets their action plan, and then submits to be recognized. So we've got a couple of those in motion, and are kind of in talks. Haven't done the community assessment with a couple more, so those could potentially be done in the spring.
So you said that Fall River was the first one that did this?
We're.
Oh, how long ago did they implement their actions? Do you remember?
I think it was 2003 or 2004. I'm going to say 2004.
So we should have a plaque somewhere with their names on it, you know?
Yeah, I do have a list that we keep updated along with a map, and so that we can keep track of those and keep checking in with those. So part of it is, hopefully adding new ones, but we want those ones that are current to continue on. So if there's turnover in a neighborhood, that process continues, and part of the expectation is that those people are continuing to hold at least one Firewise Day, showing an investment and reporting that at the end of the year to continue to essentially stay on the list as a recognized Firewise community. So there is some maintenance involved as well. It's not just like you get the recognition
Can't
and
do
you're
it
done.
once and you're done,
The idea is that you're investing in that every single year through a Firewise Day, at least one. You have to have a certain amount of investment that you report to the NFPA, and that's rolled up. Every once in a while, I get a tally of those, and it's a significant amount of either in-kind time or cash or both that's invested in these Firewise communities directly to reduce their risk.
Great.
I wonder if there'd ever be a way we could put that here as opposed to in your office where nobody goes.
Online.
But have something
Whole world
here.
can see it.
Well, we can see it. What's that?
Online, everybody can see it.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
can do it online.
Yes.
It'd be interesting to list them. I mean, it'd be interesting for us to see which ones are and aren't.
Certainly could do that.
Be interesting.
Work with Whitney.
I don't know how
Maybe Whitney
hard it
can-
is. Maybe Whitney could help.
All right.
She's in
No,
charge
just
of those
to
things.
thank him, for the people that have already stepped up, but I'm sure there's a lot more people in our community that should take the opportunity, and now's the perfect time.
So your other Q2 update is total fire-free tons, cubic yards, process, down a little bit from the year before. Is there any trend there or anything, that just
It's hard-
timing or weather or anything?
Hard to
specific?
say. I could sometimes blame it on the weather, although this November it seemed to be decent weather, so I'm not entirely certain. It does fluctuate a little bit year to year. I think we were within 10% or so of the previous year's fall number. I don't have one particular thing to point at.
And then for those cubic yards, chipped for mulch and alternative cover, and is there any
The-
merchantable products? Could you remind us the scope of that?
The material that comes in the fall is a partnership with Deschutes Recycling. So they provide a discounted amount, and so that goes into their regular mulch production cycle. So that is used in a way to produce their mulch that they then turn around and sell as mulch and compost.
So that's the one path for all that?
Correct.
Okay, I was wondering if there was other paths. Great, thank you.
Thanks.
So our third department update will come from Property Manager James Lewis. James is going to provide an update on measure to seek opportunities to partner with other jurisdictions to stimulate affordable housing projects. This falls under the board's goal of economic vitality and the objective of supporting affordable housing options through availability of lands and appropriate regulation.
Good morning, Commissioners. James Lewis, Property Manager. The very significant thing that you did, that the county did, accomplished in the second quarter was the donation agreement with the City of Redmond for 40 acres for affordable housing. And just as a reminder, that's the agreement was authorized under House Bill 4079 and 2336. It was a pilot program that allows for an expansion of an urban growth boundary, specifically for an affordable housing project. The city was awarded this under those aforementioned House bills, and as a result of that application that the city made, their design includes a variety of housing types in a mixed-use community. So it has single-family, multifamily, it has commercial development, has open space, but specifically they have proposed 50% of the property, or of the housing that's developed, I should say, will be retained as affordable housing. So the donation agreement, which has been discussed with them over the course of the past year, a variety of issues between the board and staff, it culminated and was signed on December 18th of this year. So just about a month ago, the board approved that. The city has also approved that. The city council, mayor signed it, so it's now fully executed. But the agreement doesn't convey the property by deed until such time as the city completes a partition. So that's the first task they have to complete. They will more than likely, we just got through the holidays and things are ramping up again now, be proceeding with the partition to create that as a separate legal parcel so that it can be deeded to them. But also, there are a number of other provisions in the agreement that the city has to complete, and these are included in Exhibits B and C. And essentially, the most important part is Exhibit B. It includes a list of tasks and timelines that the city has to complete in order to get this project kicked off. And those tasks and timeline items include obtaining all the land use approvals, hiring a master developer, formalizing all the legal documents such as deed restrictions and property sale requirements, and then actually beginning the construction of the infrastructure. So subsequent to completing these tasks, they have estimated that to get through all of those, the land use hurdles and all of the everything related to hiring a master developer, that groundbreaking would begin in the spring of 2023, so essentially 3 years to get through that process. It is a large project. But a specific element that is tied, that was important to the board as Exhibit C, is a sample deed restriction, and that is what actually ensures the affordable housing. So subsequent owners of the property, developers, will have this deed restriction, so it will be recorded and it will outlive any of us as this project goes forward. And specifically in the agreement, it has a 50-year time frame that must be, the housing must be retained as affordable housing. There were two specific provisions in this agreement that were important to the board. One is what I call just a peer reversionary provision, and that's if the city does not proceed through completing the requirements of the agreement itself, that the property can revert back to ownership to the county. The second was an elective right of reversion, so that even if the city were to move forward and complete everything that's in the agreement, if they did not initiate construction, physical construction of the project, and that's defined in the document as expenditure of at least $1 million. That again, and it's pertinent to the city and any subsequent owners. If they don't begin the development, the county again can reacquire the property. So that provides protections for the county, and it also provides obligations to ensure that this project goes forward. So now that the agreement is fully executed, the city will begin work. I'll stay in contact with their city staff. The city has actually created an advisory committee that, as the property manager, I participate on, member of that group. And they had one meeting, it was a kickoff meeting, and now I think they're going to have another meeting in the near future to say, how do we go forward to get this work done? So I'll continually come back to the board during work sessions to give you updates on the progress, where they're at, and relate it back to all the provisions of this agreement.
It's wonderful. There's, good partnership with the City of Redmond and state legislature defining this opportunity. It's a shame it's going to start breaking ground a couple years from now, but putting it all in place and having that out in the future is very positive for everyone.
So you did say 2023.
2023.
Gosh, it's a long time, isn't it?
It is.
But there's builders that are growing into this economy and, building every season right now, too. So, I mean, there's other plays around Redmond, because I was thinking about that also. There's people building.
Right, but affordable building,
Oh, I know.
because that's what we are trying to accomplish, so. Okay, well, thank you, James.
Thank you.
Next, Human Resources Director Kathleen Hinman is going to join us and provide an update on Human Resources progress in integrating onboarding functions into employee self-service, which is a new HR system. This falls under the board's goal of service delivery and the objective of providing collaborative internal support for county operations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Board.
Good morning, Kathleen.
I'm a visual person, so I handed out some pictures kind of what I'll be talking about, especially since employee self-service is a computer module that you log into, so it's kind of nice to see what I'm talking about. So although we've been live now with Munis, I'll say internally, meaning for finance, HR, and department supervisors, managers, and directors for, a couple years now. The employee self-service component is the piece that affects all employees. And that's been about a year in terms of us being live with that. And so some milestones have occurred with that, but in terms of what employee self-service is, if you turn kind of to the first slide there, it is the portal in which employees access, and I would say that's actually current employees as well as past employees. We've now been able to open that up to former employees to access things such as pay, benefits, ability to update personal information, all through a portal. And this doesn't eliminate the personal interactions by any means with HR or finance or payroll. It really kind of enhances what's available to those employees. So they can see things such as their personal information. Did we spell it correctly? One of the first things that new hires do is they come to the orientation. We actually take them over to the IT training room. They log into employee self-service, and they actually complete their benefits or their benefits enrollment there. And they also look over their address, their phone numbers. Sometimes things have changed since they applied for the position to when, you know, they've maybe moved to the Bend area or Deschutes County area and have updated their information. So it's really nice to be able to go in and see that. One of the most popular features is, of course, the paycheck feature, where they can see how many of us have lost the advices once, you know, you put them in a bag. And now you can actually go in and see the history of your pay advices, the details there, and it's all saved there for you. Couple of other things that exist. We have a list of your benefits. So oftentimes people would forget what they're enrolled in. We can now point employees to go and look at the details of their enrollment, their benefit elections. We did the first open enrollment. That was a big milestone for year one. And I would say it's pretty successful. We had 98 participation rate through there. Employee notifications, we can send announcements. We're not using this as our primary communication tool by any means, but maybe just some reminders. For instance, open enrollment is ongoing. Another piece of information is payroll and tax information is available there. So you can update your W-4 now online. You can see what you have. You can update it from the convenience of your own home. So if there are maybe decision makers who are not the employees, you can sit alongside them and complete those, complete that information with them present. The other piece is personal information. So we talked about the, address changes, phone numbers. You can add alternate emails now. We have that option. And then training opportunities. So you can see what you've taken, what training exists there. Some of the pieces, that are live right now with employee self-services that we talked about, it's that 24/7 secure access to pay benefits from work, home, and mobile devices. So you can be at home and review this information. If you had a question, you can, if you're on the road, you can look at it from actually your phone or, a tablet, for instance. We do see efficient processing for those online changes for personal information, W-4 direct deposits, benefit changes, and life changes. So you can actually notify us of maybe a newborn, someone to add, a dependent, marriages, divorces, all of those can be done through that process. We completed that benefits countywide open enrollment for the 2020 plan year, which was big. And considering we had a 98% participation rate, and given that that was a pretty big cultural shift for what we've always done, I was pretty impressed with those numbers. I think the biggest kudos goes out to one of our deputy sheriffs who completed open enrollment at Disneyland. We could hear It's a Small World in the background playing on his mobile device. So, people, I think, sort of embrace that. He called, I forgot to do it, I'm on vacation, what can we do? And so we helped walk them through there. The other thing is that we moved, payroll used to send out advices every pay period, and that was a lot of work on their end. We've gone to 75% of employees have elected to receive electronic statements. So their pay advices, for instance, are available in employee self-service, which you can go out and print as needed or just view as needed as well. Some future enhancements. So we continue to improve upon this. We continue to add to the new hire onboarding, and we have a goal of getting as much of our process into employee self-service as possible. Some of the future pieces are policy acknowledgments, required forms, et cetera. So right now they come and we sort of lock them in the HR conference room until they've read all of our policies and sign off on those. And we'll have a little bit more flexibility with an online onboarding system that is integrated, so we can keep track of all of that information and document the acknowledgements there. The other piece is that there is some functionality to put employee evaluations in there, and we haven't even approached to see exactly what that looks like, but there's definitely the ability to just go in and view that it has been completed and the score you received up to completing the entire evaluation in employee self-service. So, you know, we have some work to do on determining where we go with that. And then the other piece is that Munis has an evergreen approach. So, for instance, the new W-4, if you haven't taken a look at that, that's a big change. They just completed the update on that, and so we are live with the new W-4. So there is this expectation that we are live with, you know, new items as they happen and as they occur. We are really excited about this. Like I said, the two big milestones are the benefits open enrollment, and I think the next big one that we will all appreciate has come about April 14th, 15th, 16th, and 17th, when there is mass requests for, I can't find my W-2, we'll be able to point them to the online service here.
Or you could print it out yourself.
Exactly, right. Because right now, the current practice is that we find the W-2, make a copy, and you know, find a way to securely get it to them.
So now you don't actually mail out a W-2? We should go online and get
We
it?
will be still issuing the W-2 via mail, but the option is still there for you to print it.
When you lose it?
You can, yeah. Right.
Those of us that
Yeah. Which we have a fair amount. So.
get them in January, you need them in April.
Exactly. So, you know, I'm, you know, the phone call, if I'm on my way to my tax, you know, preparers meeting right now, I need it. So we can actually, I think, assist with that. Any questions I can help answer on that?
Interesting.
Questions?
Thank you very
All right,
much.
thanks.
Thank you, Kathleen.
Last but not least, Road Department Director Chris Doty is going to join us for an update on 3 separate measures. Q2 was busy for the Road Department. I'll let Chris provide an overview of his 2 goals that fall under economic vitality relating to the pavement condition index and the well, both of them are, and then a separate update on a measure that falls under the board's goal of service delivery.
All right. Thank you, Whitney. Logan, board. The first performance measure is the pavement condition index, the PCI as we call it. It's an industry standard metric that measures the health of your pavement, whereas 0, it measures it on a scale of 0 to 100, whereas 0 is a completely failed road, 100 is a brand spanking new road. The goal in managing pavement is to keep your PCI in the low to mid 80s. And the reason why we like that, that's the range where low-cost preventative maintenance treatments, such as chip seal and other types of surface treatments, are most effective. That's the point before it really starts to tip over. I get into that higher cost maintenance treatment where we're doing overlays or grinding out pavement and inlaying asphalt. So happy to report that our PCI has increased another point to 83 this last year. It's been very slowly increasing over time. I think it was 80 in 2014 and has kind of gradually ticked up to now 83. So we're right in that healthy place to be, you know, with our pavement, and it kind of leads right into our chip seal program as you know, being effective in helping maintain what really amounts to the most valuable asset that the county has, which is the value of that pavement. Any questions on PCI?
Well, it's a wonderful place to be. You know, 10 years ago, it was a discussion about you know, having enough resources to maintain roads, and there was discussion of what if some of these were ground back into dirt roads, because a simple grading in the spring and the fall is a lot cheaper than this. So the world looks very different 10 years later. It's really exciting to be able to be in this spot, keeping those paved roads at such a high you know, maintenance threshold.
Yeah.
I have a question. Okay, the Highway 97 by the River House, Is that a state road there, or is that Bend City? Because there's
That is Highway 20.
that is Highway 20, so that's the state's and all those potholes?
Yes, yeah.
So we should talk to the state about that?
I believe they do have a project in the works with the city.
Like when?
I believe pretty soon,
Okay,
if not mistaken. So they've tried some different treatments there in filling those potholes. And so-
experiments?
Yep.
They're not working?
Yeah, it's interesting to look at. And,
A drive-through, it's interesting to
but
drive through.
that's a great example of a PCI that's probably in the 50s, 40s perhaps.
40s maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so that's who I should talk
I
to.
was just going to note that PMI assessment is done by an external third party, so it's not Chris or Cody going out and deciding
Okay.
what it is, but it's somewhat independent.
Correct, yeah. Thank you for pointing that out.
Oh, that's great.
Chris, yeah, good job getting it up even higher than it was. I was curious how much you're impacted by. Are we getting more money now from the state than we were from the gas tax, et cetera? And how much more are we getting per year from that measure in 2017?
You bet. So we're kind of in that phase-in period, such that we've had, in fact, I think just January 1st of this year, another 2-cent gas tax came into effect. So we're, benefiting quite a bit, probably to the tune, I believe, ultimately $3 to $4 million per year extra, above and beyond what we had received prior to House Bill 2017. The other thing that
Where are we now in that? Is there 3 steps or?
I believe we're at 6 cents of a 10-cent phase-in. So it'll go up 2 more cents 2 years from now, and then there'll be another step after that. Yeah. Furthermore, just the growth in Deschutes County. So the more we grow, the bigger our slice of the pie gets. So when I started back in 2012, I think we were at 4.9% of that slice of the county revenue. Now we're at 5.4%. So kind of a double.
That's the
double
amount
goodness.
of the gas tax allocated to our county as opposed to other counties?
That's correct. Yeah.
It's gone up. So 10% or, yeah, okay.
So the next performance measure is percent of roads rated good or better. It's similar to the PCI in that it's an industry standard type metric. Road is considered good if it has a PCI of 70 or above. And so this gives us a really good sense of where the system lies in terms of our ability to use those low-cost maintenance treatments when we have so much of our system at 70 above and above. Once you get down in the mid-60s or below, chip seal's not going to provide much benefit. You have structural problems at that point, and you're looking at replacing asphalt or adding new asphalt. So 98.7, again, this has ticked up, just like the PCI over the past 5 years or so. I think we're at 94% originally. We're up to 98.7, and that's another good place to be for the health of our system. Any questions on that? Lastly, I don't know if you were going to, actually, yeah, you did introduce this one, but Whitney's asked that we report on our capital project-related performance measure and really just report back to you specific to the Six Corners project, South Canal Boulevard, 61st and Quarry. And so I passed out a picture of the before and after. I think you've probably seen this already, but it's a nice visual to get a sense of, one, how funky that intersection was before, to now it's been reconstructed and much safer, so to speak. So with that project, we had significant piping of COID canals that kind of crisscross through that intersection. We reconstructed, of course, the 6-leg intersection into a 4-legged intersection with adjacent T intersections. We constructed a left turn lane in South Canal Boulevard, and then also illumination. There's streetlights out there that were recently flipped on by Central Electric Co-op. So the construction plans were prepared by Parametrics. The project was managed, and the construction engineering was provided with internal services. The construction, we had several phases. The first phase was that irrigation work. That was performed by K&E Excavating. The major improvement, all the realignment and the other work was Knife River, and they did an outstanding job for us. Some projects get snake bit, others go smooth. This was a smooth one, and we were really happy with how that turned out. From a budget perspective, when we originally estimated this in our 2019 capital improvement plan, we were at $1.8 million. It was delivered all inclusive of all costs for about $1.6 million, so snuck it in under budget.
Well, that's nice news.
Yeah, you bet.
What was, I was going to ask you if you knew what the acquisition costs ended up being for.
For right away?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was $111,000 of that.
All of them?
$1.6 million price tag. And, for the most part, fairly, the neighbors out there were great. Right-of-way acquisition went smooth, but for one file, I think that we brought to the board and worked out. And doesn't have a tremendous impact on adjacent property owners. They're fairly set back, and it fits nicely in there, as you can see.
Well, there's an irrigation pipe through there also.
Several.
Yeah. Amazing.
The other thing is you look at that after project, ultimately, higher order traffic control will be necessitated there beyond just the turn lane. And so it is set up to accommodate a roundabout in the future if that's the direction we choose, or signalization.
Are there stop signs on some of those now, or?
Yeah, so there's stop signs on the minor legs coming into South Canal Boulevard and the minor realigned legs coming into both Quarry and 61st. Okay. Thank you.
That concludes our Q2 updates, unless the board has any other questions.
Well, I just wanted to say, I really like your summary sheet. I don't know how it's different than before, but I think it's different than before, isn't it, or?
I haven't really looked back but I'm glad it's helpful.
Yeah, I like the fact that it has the goal, the objective, the measure, the quarter one compared to quarter two. It's easy to read, and I like the highlighting of what we're doing today.
Good.
It just seems different.
It'll get tricky when we throw in quarters 3 and 4, but we'll do
Yeah,
our best to keep it going.
Are we going to have special paper?
Yeah, we'll get you a very
format,
large
yeah.
scroll.
Special paper.
Bigger font.
Perfect. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you. Oh, now the easy stuff.
Okay, easy.
Good morning, Commissioners. Izzy Liu, Deschutes County Planning Division. In preparation for the deliberations next week, I've created a decision matrix that highlights the key topics that were raised in the public hearing and open record period. I won't be diving into the details today, but I'm here today to remind the board of those key topics that were addressed. We'll be scheduling deliberations for next week, so the bulk of the discussions, any questions, feedback will be welcome at that point. So in regards to topics that address approval criteria, there were 6 topics that were raised. Those topics were separation from youth activity center, screening and fencing, odor control, noise, secure waste disposal, and the identification of applicable criteria as required by state statute. There are also 2 topics that may or may not address the approval criteria. The first topic is in regards to the applicable state statutes, statewide planning goals, and administrative rules. And then the second topic that was raised was the applicability of the code amendments that were adopted and later repealed. So those will be the topics that we'll essentially discuss next week. I also wanted to take this opportunity just to remind the board of the timeline, or at least just provide a brief overview. So planning to schedule deliberations for Wednesday, January 22nd. Then on Monday, February 3rd, schedule another board meeting to review the draft decision. We'll need to receive board signatures by Wednesday, February 5th, and February 6th is the deadline to mail out that final local decision.
So yeah, we've got the record closed. There was kind of the record period, and information was provided. Now we've got our binders.
That's correct. So yeah, written record, or the open record period closed on January 10th. We received the applicant's final argument. I'll be uploading some additional documents onto MinuteTrack for the deliberations next week. But that'll include the final argument as well as this decision matrix.
Oh, so the final argument is not in the binder yet?
That's correct. So that will be included in there.
In binder number 2.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah.
So is everything in this new from, since the hearing, or? is
I
there
believe, yeah, that's how it's organized, where all the new information's in the new binder.
some- And then you'll add the final arguments before next week's decision?
Yep.
Okay.
That's correct. All right.
So is our mission today is to kind of raise any questions we have about what we're going to be considering, or how we're going to be considering, or what's?
Today was just a brief, short overview of essentially the key topics. It was just a reminder of what was raised, since a lot has happened with this process. But we'll save the discussion and feedback for next week during deliberations, so we don't get into that today. So,
I guess, I can't, a lot of the topics after we get past the Youth Activity Center, the other topics, they weren't the reason we withdrew the decision, correct? But they were part of the decision?
yeah, so these are topics that were raised in all 3 public hearings, open record period. Initially, when the board had made their decision before the withdrawal, none of the other topic items were addressed, but deliberations on Wednesday, we can certainly go into making those findings.
That would be the reason to really go back to the first binder and look at.
That's correct. Yeah, the full record still is applicable.
And when will you be updating our binder then?
So I will be coordinating with our admin secretary today, and so that
Okay.
should be in there today, and everything will be uploaded to MinuteTrack today as well.
Wonderful.
On the first of the yellow decision points, what do you mean when it may or may not address? Why is it a separate category?
It's a separate category because everything in green, it's clear that it addresses a specific approval criteria. The topics in yellow are essentially applicable to state law, and they're not necessarily strong arguments as well. We'll go into detail during deliberations, but they're not as clear as the items that are listed in green.
So like the first one was a kind of a new objection, is that what you're basically saying? Or one we haven't typically argued about?
It's been included in the record. It's been raised throughout the process.
I mean, in other cases, or it's kind of
Right,
new that way.
exactly. That's specific to this, the amendments of the new code, and then not having the code acknowledged by the state. And so those provisions required additional analysis related to those, the state statutes, statewide planning goals, and administrative rules.
Other questions? No questions. Okay. Thank you, Izzy.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Will.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, Will Groves, Deschutes County Planning. I have for you today a draft decision. This is on the appeal of the hearings officer's decision in the Lower Bridge mine site. That's file number 247-19405 CU and associated files. The purpose of this meeting is to afford the county commissioners with an opportunity to provide edits and feedback to staff on a draft decision. We're looking to a scheduled adoption of this decision on January 22nd, with the close of the 150th day would be on the 28th. So we're running into the end of the record here. I want to provide an opportunity for you to take a look at that draft beforehand, see if you had any special areas of concern. And in addition, I wanted to get some clarification on one particular point as described in my memo, and I'll go into that now. As you recall, the applicant requested a tentative site plan, subdivision plan for a 19-lot plan unit development on the subject property. Board deliberated on December 18th and voted unanimously that the application could be approved and provided direction to staff. Staff has worked with the applicant as the prevailing party to develop the attached board decision pursuant to 28060. There is a point of clarification that I could use your help with, and it has to do with the board's deliberative statements regarding the protection of natural resources under 18-128-210B8, which says that adequate provision, and this is for planned unit developments, adequate provision is made for the preservation of natural resources such as bodies of water, natural vegetation, and special terrain features. The board was asked in deliberations if scenic resources would be adequately protected under the proposal as conditioned. Staff noted that opponents had recommended, in addition to the hearings officer requirements, more setbacks from the canyon rim as a potential new condition of approval to minimize those visual impacts. The board had stated that no additional conditions of approval would be required, and staff understood this to indicate that no additional canyon rim setbacks would be required, and the board was rejecting the opponent's proposed additional setbacks beyond those imposed by the hearings officer. The applicant understood the board's statement to indicate that no conditions of approval relating to canyon rim setbacks would be required, as the scenic resources would be adequately protected by the landscape management combining zone requirements. Accordingly, the applicant believes that there are two hearings officer conditions of approval that could be stricken. One of these has to do with the topographic survey required prior to construction or earth moving near the canyon rim, and the other one is a prohibition on structures or earth moving on or below slopes exceeding 10% within the canyon, with an exemption for habitat and improvement projects. Staff would like to note that while these conditions likely will reduce visual impacts, they were imposed by the hearings officer also to address potential slope stability and erosion impacts, and this is discussed on the hearings officer decision pages 114 and 115. And so to the extent that the board recalls that issue and has any direction, that would be helpful. The draft is currently written with the presumption that the board intends to preserve the hearings officer's conditions of approval, but to the extent the board intends to delete those, we certainly can get that into the draft.
Could you kind of explain the second one a little bit? The second condition of approval, structures and/or earth moving prohibited on or below slopes exceeding 10% within the canyon. So, I mean, I think of this as kind of a odd, there's the river and then there's the slope up to a plateau area, which is an odd shape.
Mm-hmm.
So how would I think of this second one?
So because this property doesn't have rim rock proper, as we discussed in some length, there isn't a cliff which one would fall off of, and these lots are designed to go both on the plateau and down the side of it, that otherwise in this decision, there's no prohibition from someone building the structure halfway down the slope.
Okay, yeah, because the parcels have that slope as part of the footprint of the parcel, and we think of it as kind of a flat area and then the slope going down. So they're saying just stay off of that slope for development.
Right, and this was specifically, staff had developed this condition as a recommendation that, there were a number of concerns that come up if you start building structures down canyon, including, slope stability. The visual impacts become significant, or become, increasingly difficult to mitigate, and erosion can be an issue as well. It's my understanding that the applicant intended to do all construction up on the flats, but we may come to a point in the future where the applicant's no longer the owner of the subdivision, individual lots have been sold, and without this prohibition, someone could in theory engage in some significant earth moving to get their house either forward into the canyon or downslope with like a daylight basement, for example. So this was suggested by the staff to the hearings officer. The hearings officer imposed this as a condition of the decision.
So throughout this process, I always envisioned us talking about that kind of flat area that goes to a corner or a curve and then starts going down, and then development on that flat area. So I mean, the vision is no development down the slopes. Just making sure, I mean, I do kind of support the fact that, yeah, that was what I was working with.
So I actually don't remember us discussing either of these previously, so that's, when you say there's a
Oh, yeah.
conflict, I don't really, in terms of the wording, because I don't remember,
That's
I
right,
didn't
too.
know,
Yeah.
I didn't know the conditions existed that way. I think that I have the same vision in terms of what was presented, that there wouldn't be any homes over the hill, because that would significantly change the impact of the development. For the developer, it'd be nicer. I mean, every house would be worth more money if you could see the water and the river. But the picture they presented wasn't that, so to change that now would be a material change that we didn't really have. I don't even think we had testimony about that, about, well, what if they did creep over the edge and so they could look down at the beautiful river? So I would think, I didn't know that's how they got there, but this is a protection that makes it. And I would think almost all that slope's more than 10%, because 10%'s not very much, is it? I mean, it's pretty flat. I mean, I don't know what 10% is. But, so on the second one, if I was a developer, I'd like to remove that, but I don't think that's consistent with what we heard about. The first one, I know we didn't discuss. I don't know what the point of the topographic survey was. I know.
The second one.
What's that?
Implement the
To
second.
implement the second.
We wouldn't know where 10% slopes were without some sort of survey.
Well, there is a topographic, I mean, we've been looking at topographic maps in our packets there, so is the old map not any good, or why would you have to do a whole new survey? I mean, that's fairly expensive to do a topographic survey on that
I think to
whole-
the extent that they have existing surveying with this type of data in it, and it seems like they do based on the information, it would simply be to make a slope figure based on the existing survey. So I don't think of this as a requirement that they do a new survey, provided that they already have data sufficient to make a figure with a 10% slope on it. At the time.
This condition doesn't even mention slope, though, so why wouldn't you put that in that first sentence then? A topographic survey showing slope or whatever, because that survey just shows, it's 2040, 2042, 2044, I mean, all that, and where the lines are, it doesn't show slope. I mean, slopes, you have to calculate somehow, so.
Yeah, so
Is
I
that
think
what you're wanting really, is a slope survey?
a slope figure even, if they've already got the underlying topographic information. So we could recraft this.
Well, it may not be accurate. I mean, so maybe an accurate topographic survey indicating slope or something. I don't want to make it onerous on the developer to spend $1 million to survey all that stuff, but, so I don't know.
So
Do you remember, weren't there kind of like a berm where they'd done land, earth movement in prior times? And so, of course, we didn't see any type of, cliffs or rocks down there, but yet people have said, oh, they really are in existence. And I remember I did say, well, if they raise their house, to 2 stories or whatever, they may get more view from the upstairs. But we were always talking about having it move back. It was always on the plans presented that the houses were away from the slope, because you do not want to have them at that edge. I mean, it's destabilizing to the edge, and they're probably going to need to do a little work in order to bring the lots into some kind of where you can walk around on them safely.
Yes.
So, yeah, I'd be in favor of the topographic survey item, just defining, it could be a map indicating areas of 10% slope or more. I mean, it doesn't need to be this big project. It's just, let's go to find those subset of areas where we could define 10% or more.
Well, yeah, what if we modified that condition to say an accurate topographic survey indicating slope of greater than 10% shall be required prior to construction, earth moving in the vicinity of the canyon room? I mean, I don't know how good those topographic we saw them, I mean, because we were looking at them, because that is what told us where it started to go downhill, you could see it, and then how it wasn't flat necessarily on top.
But I agree with what, the plans we were shown all had the houses sitting way back. And I thought there was a rule that said they had to be so far from the edge of the slope. Is that not?
And that's because there's no actual rock there to be the rim rock that would require the 50-foot
Right.
setback. That's why no such setback. So the setback from some topographic, by default, there's no setback, so they could be,
Okay.
30 yards down slope and do construction there. So this was an imposition by the hearings officer to say, stay up on the flats.
Right.
Staff had a preference that the applicant would provide site-specific building envelopes so that they would define the area in which the houses could be located with, and that those would be imposed by the hearings officer, but they weren't available. So in lieu of that, staff recommended and the hearings officer imposed this 10% trigger as, so now you're in the canyon, stay up above it.
Stay above it.
Yeah.
Well, this, won't there also be, what's it called, the thing you get before you do your landscape management approval, from the county, where they go on the other side of the river, and they look up and they say what they can see, and that affects the design of the house, the materials used, the colors. I mean, I've done that before. So isn't that all going to affect on these also?
Certainly. So each of these per house will be subject to landscape management review. Again, there'll be height limitations, colors, as you discussed. There'll have to be some screening on the property. So to the extent, and this is the case on the property where there's almost no screening vegetation, that some sort of planting plan would be required.
So all that comes under the landscape management, yeah.
That's correct.
Well, and all structures are limited to 30 feet high in height, so. Well, from this discussion, do you have enough to, would you change that? Either one of those conditions, or?
I can, I think that there's no harm in the additional clarity that's been suggested here, and I certainly can bring this back with a topographic survey of the canyon, maybe a topographic survey of the canyon rim area, indicating slopes of greater than 10% shall be required prior to construction or earth moving in the vicinity of the rim.
Just so everybody understands this is it.
Yeah, that way a buyer can, in good faith, they can say, hey, where can I put my house? And I can say, see Exhibit A.
Yep.
And it's a permanent record.
Right.
So when, somebody else comes along, yes, they aren't building down the rim.
Okay.
And I think in the second one, there's the word that's after ODFW is and. I think it's supposed to be are, isn't it? Or not subject.
Oh, are not, yes.
Yes.
That's from the hearings officer. Thank you for that.
Usually Commissioner Dare finds these typographical errors, but I'm trying
You
to
were brilliant today.
stay up on it.
Yeah.
Gosh.
All right.
So I had a couple, are we going to go through the decision itself a little bit? So just broad context, the original hearings officer and this most recent hearings officer only had a couple of what I think were fairly narrow basis for denial. One was whether there's enough dollars, and the other is whether we dealt with the neighboring property correctly. It seemed like in here there's quite a few findings about the neighboring property. Is that just kind of an abundance of caution to make sure that they covered every issue? Because it was an issue of, had they applied for something or other, or did they pay the fee? But it strings out over several of the findings, doesn't it? Am I reading that right?
That's correct. Because the hearings officer found that the applicant did not meet the surface mining impact area standards of Title 18, Section 50, Chapter 56, the applicant, or the board's decision is going to need to explain why the board said, no instead, and this is met. And, as you know, because the applicant was the prevailing party, they were given an initial opportunity to draft this. There are very few staff edits to that. So we anticipate that this matter will be going on to LUBA, and I think that to the extent that you see materials in here, this is an effort by the applicant, both to reflect your statements and to ensure that they have a a solid decision to proceed to LUBA.
Okay, yeah, it looked like it had been pretty well vetted by, okay. And then my, next question, I guess, was with regard to some of these items that we're making rulings on are really kind of legalistic in the sense, like this, the whole discussion of the floodplain and open space. That to me is we're using an interpretation of what have been made to understand the county has used previously, and the connections there, but that's something that really would be an appealable issue, or probably will be appealed in terms of what legally is allowed. Is that kind of accurate?
That's correct. This, I think that issue that you're pointing to is the core of this decision in some ways. You know, the prior board denied on this basis. Current board is affirmed on this basis. It's a matter of local code and not state statute to staff's understanding. So this is a matter which you've been asked to provide an interpretation. As the hearings officer notes, the prior decisions made by staff and hearings officer on similar matters, so decisions across decades previously, worked under an implicit assumption that this type of application could be allowed, and that was reversed by the hearings officer in 2015. So, and the hearings officer in that decision expressly noted in 2015 that this is a matter to which the board likely would receive deference and, you know, had an interpretive role. So here you are exercising that role, and it will be certainly a matter before LUBA. You know, the extent of, you know, one of the things that you've run into with some regularity is LUBA will have a question about if your interpretation is, you know, within the realms of plausibility and the deference that they're expected to grant you on matters of local code. That's going to be, I think, a core issue on appeal.
Yeah, I've got nothing else that I brought in for wordsmithing at this point.
So do you need any further updates from us then?
No, I've got the applicant actually found a typo on page 9. It's a reference to what should be 1896. It's at the last thing on page 9, and it says 1996. So I'll be fixing that as well.
One other one, I guess, that I was just going to mention is this, the sufficient financing provision. I find, you know, kind of challenging because it's, you know, I guess we're just on a substantial proof, you know, substantial evidence test. So there's substantial evidence that this is what it's going to cost. This is how much money is available, that the right parties are involved. It's just really a kind of a hard test, I think, sometimes to meet. I don't know if is that based on state law, or is that
That's a provision of local code for the
part of our code that we decide that if we're going to allow things like this, you have to prove that you can actually do it?
Yeah.
And the reality is sometimes one entity gets these approved and somebody else brings in the capital to do it. But
I think what was in deliberations appeared persuasive to the board, and I think it's important to note, is that this is a one-phase infrastructure-only development, and that, you know, these planned unit developments could be something, in theory, that looks like Northwest Crossing, where, you know, there would be a deal over years to provide a variety of amenities, you know, phases of development, and there could be some real concern that the thing ends up half-built, or that, you know, I've heard in planning that, you know, they eat the dessert and don't eat their vegetables, right? You know, this is a case where the entire meal is served at once, you know.
And this is just a density bonus is the only real thing that's going on when you look at it like that.
Right.
Well, just looking at the terrain and the whole thing, it's going to be more cost-effective probably to do it all at once if they can, so. I guess I didn't have any real other questions. I thought it was well-written and some good information added. So.
Thank you, Commissioners. So I'll make the edits as described and return to you next Wednesday with a final version for your affirmation and signature.
Thank you.
Thank you, Will.
Thank you.
So, now we're continued until 1. I have these that we're supposed to sign,
Yeah.
right?
Okay.
Should we do any of the, do we have 2 executive sessions?
We do.
Or do them after lunch? Or,
Your pleasure. We could try and squeeze them in now if you like, although I think the road department folks would like to be here. I don't know if they were, if they're on tap, but we do have those. We could do this afternoon, plus just a couple of other items.
No, I just have to, Sharon, are these ones I assign alone?
One of them is just chair signature and the other is.
all of this. There's one that the
Okay.
So we're adjourned till 1 o'clock?
Yes, except we need to sign these now.
Well, just for the video, so everybody
yes,
understands
1
very
o'clock.
specifically.
So we're recessing this meeting and reconvening
Yeah,
at 1 o'clock?
recess, sorry,
Yes.
yep. Don't say adjourn.
Okay, sorry. Recess.
There might have only been two of you here. Why did we continue it?
Yeah, it was the day you were absent, and the rest of the commission decided to continue.
Oh, okay.
Yes, we did.
Because there's no great time urgency, so we thought rather than open it, do everything, and then kind of redo it a second time, we would just wait and do it all at once.
Okay.
Okay, Zachariah?
All right. Good afternoon, Chair Adair, members of the Board of County Commissioners. For the record, Zechariah Heck, Associate Planner with the Planning Division. This afternoon's agenda item, it pertains to non-prime resource lands, file number 247-19-265-PA. This is a continued public hearing, the first being on November 18th of 2019. I have a quick presentation, staff report that I'll provide, and I know there are several members of the public that are interested in providing public testimony today.
Okay, thank you.
A quick reminder of what non-prime resource lands are. They are known as non-resource lands under Oregon administrative rules. They have an exceedingly low capacity to be managed for commercial, agriculture, and/or forestry activities, and they do not meet state agricultural land or forest land definitions due to poor soil conditions, lack of irrigation, climate conditions, and other factors, including past land use. In March of 2019, the board directed staff to initiate amendments to establish a non-prime resource lands within our comprehensive plan. And the original amendments had two proposals. Proposal 1 focused on recognizing 6 specific areas that are residentially developed and have inaccurate zoning designations. Proposal 2 formally acknowledges the state's non-resource lands program within our comprehensive plan and then supplements the state criteria with the county's own local criteria that speaks to the lay of the land and Deschutes County's local values. The Planning Commission held 3 open houses, 2 public hearings, and 2 deliberations on the proposals. And toward the end of 2019, the Planning Commission recommended approval of Proposal 1 to the Board of County Commissioners. Following the public hearings in front of the Planning Commission, in October of last year, the board directed staff to formally separate the non-prime resource lands amendments into 2 distinct proposals. Proposal 1, what we are here today for a public hearing on, speaks to those 6 specific areas. Proposal 2, the general eligibility criteria. And Proposal 2 was decided to be postponed by the board and is currently being considered or further discussed at the Planning Commission level. I want to take a quick moment to recognize that our existing comprehensive plan provides direction for the non-prime resource lands program. Existing policy 2.2.13 provides direction to the county to identify and retain accurately designated agricultural lands. And that brings us here today. A continued public hearing on Proposal 1 that seeks to lay the foundation for redesignating 6 specific areas that are residentially developed and have no history of farm or forest uses and are frankly inaccurately designated. Here's a quick map. Should be familiar with the county commissioners by this point. We have the 6 areas throughout the county, starting at the top: Squaw Creek Canyon Recreational Estates, First Edition, Skyline Subdivision, and First Edition to the west of Bend, Meadowcrest, Hainer Park, and Section 36 in Township 22, Range 10, all in South County. The comprehensive plan amendments involve many sections within the comprehensive plan provided on this slide. And there we are proposing a completely new section, Section 3.11, specific to non-prime resource lands. All policies are provided in the board's meeting packet beginning on page 830. And for the audience, I printed off a matrix within the that was contained in the board's meeting packet. It's available by the door if you're interested in having a hard copy of the proposed policies. A few updates from our November 18th public hearing. Central Oregon Land Watch and 1000 Friends of Oregon provided the only testimony on November 18th. Both organizations opposed the proposed amendments by stating the county has made conclusionary statements that lack factual basis for complying with the statewide planning goals. To address their concerns, staff has done a couple things. First off, we have removed all references to the terminology of committed residential lands. We recognize this is a term of art in Oregon administrative rules, and to clear any potential confusion regarding the state's exception process, we remove that committed terminology within our within the proposed policies. We've also included.
Question.
Yeah.
Is that done recently between the first version of this public hearing?
Yeah.
Is that?
Yeah, it was done after the November 18th hearing.
Okay.
Yeah. We've also included several letters provided in your meeting packet. The first is an analysis from, or one of them is an analysis from County Forester Ed Keith. He provided an analysis of several of the areas zoned forest use. He did a commercial forest use feasibility study on these properties and concluded that these areas are not suitable for commercial forest uses beyond harvesting firewood, which would yield, if I recall correctly, under $20 per acre per year in the most productive areas.
75.
Yeah. We also included 2 letters from fire districts. These fire districts stated no concerns regarding the proposed amendments regarding development within the wildland-urban interface. And all 4 cities within the county provided letters stating that the county's non-prime resource lands proposal does not impact their Goal 10 housing responsibilities or goals. These letters help substantiate the compliance with statewide planning goals. Staff has also included an additional policy that addresses Goal 7, natural hazards, and Goal 12, transportation. This has been provided, as mentioned in your meeting packet, since the November 18th meeting, so this is something new that the Commission has not seen yet. Policy 3.11.2 requires that a property must demonstrate it is located in a fire protection district or can be annexed into one, and that there is adequate access for a fire apparatus to serve the subject property. Or a property may demonstrate that there are other measures that prove that there's adequate fire protection for the potential uses on said property. Staff has also coordinated with Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. We reiterated to ODF and W staff that there are no conflicting uses or no conflicting uses will occur under this proposal. Residential uses are allowed today, albeit through a conditional use permit process. If the proposed amendments are acknowledged, residential uses will be allowed outright. The only thing that changes is the process. Property owners will no longer have to go through an expensive, time-consuming regulatory process simply for the sake of process. To date, no concerns have been raised or comments provided to the record by ODF and W. I also want to take a moment to note that Central Oregon Association of Realtors submitted a letter late last night to the Board of County Commissioners as well as staff stating support for these proposed amendments. And I also want to mention that staff coordinated with Oregon State University Extension Services to see if one of their agronomists could perform a similar analysis that Ed Keith, County Forester, provided for the areas designated exclusive farm use. So do a agricultural use, commercial viability analysis. Despite coordination with Oregon State Extension after the November 18th meeting, the Extension Service is unfortunately unable to provide such an analysis until for another 60 days potentially. So staff does look for direction on how to proceed given this situation with Oregon State Extension. In conclusion, staff is available to answer any questions that the board may have at this moment. There, as I mentioned at the beginning of my presentation, there are several members of the public that are interested in providing testimony. And then just a quick overview or refresher. At the conclusion of today's public hearing, the board can either continue the hearing to a date certain, close the hearing and leave the written record open to a date certain, or close the hearing and commence deliberations, or schedule to a later date. That, I'll pause for any questions.
No questions.
None. So do we want to hear from the citizen input at this time? Okay. Are there any other parties in the room that wanted to have citizen input today? Because you do need to fill out a blue form. I have two people. Is it Scott Hildensberg? Would you like to speak? And what, 3 minutes? Do we have 3 minutes? Is that what it is?
Yeah, it's at the discretion of the chair. Either way is fine. I think there potentially might only be 3 people here, so.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair, and to the Board of Commissioners. My name is Scott Hilgenberg. I'm the Rural Lands Attorney with 1,000 Friends of Oregon. Thank you for the opportunity to present to the Board of Commissioners today on this matter. 1,000 Friends of Oregon is a nonprofit membership organization that has worked with Oregonians for over 40 years to support livable urban and rural communities, protect family farms and forests, and conserve natural areas. We have members throughout Oregon, including Deschutes County. Our work includes resource land protection through the sound application of our planning goals. For a number of reasons, the county should deny the proposed plan amendments. I submitted a November 18th, 2019 letter that indicated all of our legal concerns about the proposal, and I'm not going to resuscitate those particular points. I'm glad to hear that the county has been reaching out to OSU and a professional forester to evaluate the capacity of each parcel to see whether or not there are commercially viable uses available on the property. But as indicated in my letter, one of the big concerns is the process that the county is going through and the standards that are being applied, particularly the definitions of agricultural land and forest land under state law. And so it's the interpretation of those rules and those laws that are inconsistent with the proposal. And as a land use advocacy group, we have a significant issue with that, not only because it would set a precedent in Deschutes County, but it may set a precedent in other counties as well. And so I have heard that there is a proposal to lobby the state for changes, and I do believe a change in state law would be necessary to achieve what the county seeks to do today. I do want to use some of my time to offer a little bit of additional information on the cost to the county that proposals like this face. In 2013, 1,000 Friends of Oregon put together a research report called Extensive is More Expensive. And so I'd just like to provide a few findings from that report to paint a picture about what are the cost differentials between developing in rural areas versus in urban areas like our established cities within urban growth boundaries. Land-extensive sprawl costs a lot more than infrastructure versus having efficient development within urban growth boundaries, especially when total life cycle costs are included. Greater separation and longer distances in sprawling developments require costlier roads and other infrastructure. More in capital, operating, and maintenance costs. Services feel the squeeze and are spread thinner to serve more people across a greater amount of land. Quality and measured urban growth is the best fiscal bet for Oregon's future, and this proposal that allows large lot residential development outside of urban areas simply isn't fiscally smart. The public invests heavily to support development with infrastructure for these types of proposals. I see that my time is done. May I continue?
Since we only have 3, possibly,
You want to listen to?
Interested in hearing 5 minutes from each or something if we want. I don't know. What do you?
I support that.
Okay.
Because it's,
Continuation.
You get 2 more minutes.
because as we know, this is a precedent-setting.
Well, and sometimes we have public hearings where the timing really matters, and today it doesn't as much.
Well, thank you. I appreciate the additional time, and I also am available for questions or comments from 1,000 to answer for 1,000 Friends perspective. Just some quick facts. Cost-conservative quality growth creates substantial savings for the public on infrastructure construction and future maintenance by avoiding inefficient sprawl. Roads cost 12% less for quality growth than for sprawl. Water and sewer systems cost 14% less when it's done in urban areas versus rural areas. In Oregon, state statute strictly limits the type of...
Question.
Yeah.
So we're not allowed to put water and sewer systems outside of a city, or services. So how could you come to the conclusion that it would cost less? I mean, putting a septic system and a well in is very different than a mile of pipe and a infrastructure system for a community system. So I'm sure you've studied this. Is there kind of a rule of thumb there that I'm missing?
Well, there's no prohibition on seeking a goal exception under the existing law, and so there could be a possibility that development would come to the rise of seeking a goal exception for extension of services. Particularly in Deschutes County, when you look at the South County and the water table levels, there's a significant risk that there are areas in this county, including areas within the proposal, that the water table is so high and the amount of land that's able to absorb septic systems is simply not available. There's a lawsuit over that several years ago trying to seek an exception. And so in those circumstances, if a public health emergency is created by development, a goal exception would be the only route, and that would be very expensive for the county.
So a goal exception to put those services in, and that's the reference point for those dollars.
That's right.
And the organization works enthusiastically against goal exceptions also.
Our proposal is, for this circumstance, is to make sure that the county is fully aware of the fiscal implications of allowing development.
I'm just acknowledging, we're talking those urban-type services in the rural area, not just services.
Well, including road infrastructure and fire district. I did not have the ability to review the testimony from the fire districts, but all of those provision of services cost more than doing it in urban areas.
So, I want to follow up what Commissioner DeBone's asked about. So that's true generally. I mean, and I know your group is all for the urbanization model of growth in Oregon, as you have been for 40 years or almost 50 years now, and that's the Oregon land use system. All 6 of these areas we're talking about already have roads to them, and they're already out there as places where there's housing. All but one have more than 50% housing on the lots anyway. So we're not talking about just creating new subdivisions. We're talking about recognizing the fact that these areas already have housing and they're not practically used for farming or forest. So I get your general philosophy, but how would you address these specific ones when we already know the direction they've chosen for 50 years? I mean, actually, they're there because they've been there more than 50 years. So these are older than Senate Bill 100 and our Oregon land use system.
So, for example, in Section 36, if you double or triple the amount of residential uses that are allowed in that section, that is going to increase the amount of vehicles on the road, and so that's going to increase the maintenance costs for those types of transportation facilities. So by allowing more people to live in the area, it's going to create a larger impact on transportation services.
So you did focus in on the weakest case, which is Section 36, because it has the least number of houses now. But other ones have as much as, I think, the Skyline is like over 60 or 70%. So there'll be minimal impact on any services. And so really the trade-off is the lot costs might be cheaper than in the city of Bend. So housing becomes more affordable. How do you respond to that?
So on the affordable housing piece, my understanding is that the development of these parcels and the bare lot, that they're going for around 200,000, 150,000. And then
all of these 6?
I haven't been able to study every single parcel, but just looking at Zillow in the area, that seems to be kind of the bare lot development cost. And the system development charges that would presumably be applied to a developer seeking to create additional housing will be borne by the developer and passed on to into the cost of housing. And so in terms of providing affordable housing for, say, a household that makes 60% of the mean income in the area, those houses really aren't within going to be within their financial capabilities.
Well, so I don't know what the lot values are between the 6 different developments. I would bet there's quite a range because there are different kinds of quality currently in those places of homes. So that's one thing. The second is these would all be county SDCs, which are actually less than the city ones. The city ones are 30,000 now or whatever. I think the county is less than 20. I'm not exactly sure on that residence, but I think it's less than the city if I'm, what's that? Just the, oh, yeah, okay, just the road department. So that's a huge difference, like 30 versus 5.
Right. And another aspect of it is that this is going to be car-oriented development, so you have the additional cost of gas and transportation costs that you necessarily wouldn't have if you were located in an urban core, say, within the city of Bend. And I understand that there's different types of communities throughout throughout Deschutes County, but on the SDC piece, I do want to note that state law only allows SDC uses for capital improvements, not for operation, maintenance, or maintenance costs. So those are things that the county will have to absorb later down the road if this development actually goes online. But the point of raising these things is that I did want to raise that there is a cost down the road for allowing additional development outside of urban areas. And although I haven't been able to review the fire district's report in terms of the introduction of more residential areas in the zones that are located in high hazard fire areas, we have significant concerns about that and the long-term implications. You put more people out in a hazard zone, it increases the risks of a spark, particularly when the residences are used for vacation rentals and there are people that aren't in the area and they're not familiar with the fire issue. And I was in the interim wildfire committee pretty much all morning yesterday in front of at the state capitol, and they're, as an organization, we're going to want to work with the counties in terms of what we're going to do looking forward for wildfire risk and the type of programs and plans that we can incorporate locally to ensure that we reduce and we don't grow the wildfire risk. But all this said, I really appreciate your time. I wanted to raise the financial impact issue, but most notably are the legal issues that were raised in our letter, and I really don't see a way around those standards. So there are existing pathways for site-specific conditional use permits. The distinction between the conditional use permit process and an outright allowed use is a conditional use permit allows for the attachment of conditions to ensure that impacts don't affect surrounding properties, and that's the type of process that we'd like to see in place.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I have a follow-up. How many members of Thousand Friends of Oregon live in Deschutes County? You mentioned there were some.
I don't have that statistic in front of me, and typically we don't disclose our membership data, but I presume that there's, we have at least.
There's 2 at least.
That's a shock, says Carol.
Yeah.
So you quote, 'cause I think this is the first time that you've been in front of us in the last couple of years, your organization has, and we assumed that you would be against this, and you've testified against it, but we're wondering, I'm wondering the amount of local support of your goal. Your organization has a specific view of how land in Oregon should be developed, and you're great advocates for it, but it isn't shared by all Oregonians. I'm just kind of curious how many members are in your organization.
That's not data that we disclose, but if there's an interest in getting additional testimony from members of the community, I can contact those individuals and ask them to put letters into the record. I know Jack Godard was concerned about this, and Carol in the room as well. And I'm sure there are other individuals in Deschutes County that are in our membership that have concerns as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jack Godard?
Thank you, and good afternoon. My name is Jack Goddard. I initially thought I would start by letting you know that I've lived, worked, recreated, and learned in Deschutes County over the past 60 years. But that's the past, and we are addressing here today. What we are addressing today is the future. I've been participating in the meetings and dialogue associated with the county's efforts to create an NPR land use and zoning district for a good part of a year. I've questioned the intent and process, and I have also suggested a better way. I am here today as a resident of Deschutes County to continue expressing my concern that what is being proposed is not in the best interest of Deschutes County, and it's contrary to our community's vision, a legacy for generations to come. The rationale for your pending action today is that a planning and a zoning designation was created in error and places an undue hardship, both financially and procedurally. As mentioned by others on numerous occasions, if this truly was your concern, both of these conditions could have quickly and easily been solved years ago. So today I'm here to say the path that you have chosen, the action you already determined, is not the legacy we wish to provide for our future generations. I ask that you not table, not continue, not postpone, not bifurcate, but stop. A hard stop and a full stop. Thank you.
So, what was you said there's a simple way to do this. What's your simple way?
Well, I think you have the right or the ability there's an old fee waiver policy in 2006. I mean, you can waive fees, you can make a decision to waive fees. That could reduce it down quickly. I'm sure you could provide resources to the planning staff to do these quickly underneath the current procedure. And these have been thoughts that have been talked about before at various planning commission meetings.
So you mentioned we don't want to leave this legacy for future generations. Can you expand on that? I don't understand what you were referring to.
Well, I've spent, as I said, about the last year at various planning commission meetings kind of railing on this. I think we're going down a path. Well, let me see. I don't think it's been communicated clearly to the residents, particularly the residents of West County, what the purpose of this action is. I don't think it's good land use planning. I don't think it's really planning. I think it's throwing a tool out there that allows a resident to try to use. I think your action that you're considering today is tied together with NPR 20. You know, the purpose of this action is to try to get law passed or goals at LUBA. So that's why we're going forward with this. And then you can take that decision and bring it back and see how you can manipulate NPR 20. I think there's just a lot of things going on, and I just don't think it's good planning. I think you're dealing with a comprehensive plan that's got old data in it, and I think that's where we need to get our act together. I think we need to go back and update that comprehensive plan and make it state-of-the-art. And then if we find these areas that we need to, look at different zoning to accommodate affordable housing, reduce all these things that we're talking about, we'll have that data in place. But I'm just saying I think we're going the wrong direction, and I don't think the end result will be what we want to have happen.
So you're talking about legacy. One of the legacies to me of Deschutes County is that for over 50 years, we've had a lot of land that's called forest use or exclusive farm use that is neither. It's not practically either. It's not productively either. It's not used either. And so we've really got a legacy of incorrect land designation, if you want to look at it, and other places in Oregon do also, because there was a effort to zone it all at once. So does it bother you that this is a new zone? I mean, we're calling it non-prime resource. Now we could call it non-resource, but in Oregon there seems to be a resource. Everything has a resource for some reason. But is it the zoning that bothers you when you say creating this zone, or is it recognizing the past? I mean, these places, these specific areas have existed for a very long time. They are a legacy. They're a legacy of Deschutes County. So which part of that bothers you?
there's just two things about it. I don't, for example, where we reside out in Panoramic, nobody would have thought 2 years ago that the guy owning 10 acres could now be a productive hemp farmer. You've heard the example about Yamhill County and the hills and slopes. If you would have asked 10, 15 years ago, it was back in the mid-'70s, that's not farmland. We can't use that. Let's build houses on it. Well, that's the example that's been continued to reference. It's the same kind of thing. I mean, I think we're being a little, myopic on what agricultural land is or what it can be. And then we're throwing out, the planning part of it that bothers me is we're just throwing out this ability, and we don't really know. We don't know where wildlife is right now. We have 25-year-old Goal 5 plans, but that's one of the criteria. You can't be in that plan. So I think there's just a lot of moving parts here. And my suggestion previously was, let's get the best possible data. Let's make Deschutes County's comprehensive plan like the poster child of comprehensive plans, and then come in with this idea of saying we need to provide more housing in these areas, and these are great areas to do it. But I got a feeling we got the cart in front of the horse on this. So.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Hey, Jack.
Okay. Thanks. Okay.
Hello.
Hi.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Carol Macbeth, and I'm a staff attorney for Central Oregon Land Watch. I think there's a little bit of confusion in this idea that comes from the difference between a commonly used phrase like agricultural land and then a term, agricultural land, that has a legal definition. So forest land and agricultural land are terms that are defined in the law. And so when we say, oh, this doesn't seem like agricultural land to us, as the commissioners may say that, it may not seem like it, but if it meets the definition of it, then it is agricultural land in quotation marks, if you see what I mean. It is legally agricultural land. And when land is legally agricultural land, so these 6 areas, they're either legally agricultural land or legally forest land. And so when they are legally that, even though it may not seem as though they should be, but they are that way, then in order to change it, the way to go forward is to say, we think there should be an exception. Deschutes County wants an exception. And you're listing, I can hear in the questions that you were asking the others, that you have reasons for doing that. Well, that's one of the types of exceptions. It's called a reasons exception. And you would go to LCDC as a county and say, we think there are reasons why these 6 areas should have an exception. They shouldn't be regulated as agricultural land. They shouldn't be regulated as forest land. They should be an exception to those. And that's there. You could either go forward and say, we have reasons for doing that, or you could say, they've already been committed. They're already irrevocably committed. They're already built, which is another thing we've heard the commissioners say. That's another type of exception. But the county hasn't done that yet. And so I think that the way forward is to first go to LCDC and say, look, these areas, they're irrevocably committed, or we have reasons why we think houses should be here that aren't allowed to be here. And that's the way that we think you should go forward, is through the process that has been set up for any time that any group, an individual perhaps who's a landowner out there, or the county itself, you go to LCDC and you say, these lands, these don't seem right to us. These don't seem like they should be. They don't seem like farmland to us. You see, I think these should be an exception to the rules, and that's the way forward. So that's what we are advocating for the county to do, is either go forward because you think there's reasons, which is called a reasons exception, or because you think it's already built or committed, and you say, I'd like a built or a committed exception for these areas because they deserve an exception. And then you just go through the process of justifying that to LCDC. That has happened, and that's what rural residential exception areas like Cloverdale, Plainview, those qualified, and that's what we did. So as a county, so there's no reason the county can't do that for these 6 areas and ask for the same exact thing. And this idea of forging one's own path, it makes sense, and we understand that, but if it's just channeled into this exceptions process, that is the legal way forward, as opposed to just the county could go through all this, but in the end, we think that a court would say, yeah, that should have been put forward as an exception. Does that make sense? That's the process. And when that happens, each one of these things, say the Skyliner area, that is an exception, and it has its own surrounding lands and everything. It gets its own exception. Each one of them gets it separately. So that's the other comment that we have in our additional comments here, is that the county sees these 6 areas as the same. None of them are any good for what they're supposed to be good for in the county's eyes, but they aren't the same. They're all different. They all develop differently, and they're all surrounded by different lands, and they've all got different patterns, and they've got different roads, and so they'll get different exceptions. Each one would be you might have different reasons for wanting Skyliner, and you think it's not forest, than for one of the agricultural ones. It's not agriculture. So they're each different. They each have to be a separate decision, not a group decision, because even though they're similar in the county's eyes, legally they are either farm or forest, and an exception to either farm or forest individually for each one is the way forward for those.
So I have a question for you.
Okay.
Thank you for appearing today and clarifying that. Does your organization just completely disfavor the idea of a non-prime resource land or non-resource land as that's what we're recognizing that these are exceptions. You're saying we have to go through this lengthy process to prove it, but does your organization just oppose that concept of non-resource lands, non-prime resource?
I'd like to push back on lengthy. If the county thinks that would not want to last, the county thinks that's lengthy. This particular process could turn out to be very lengthy too. I don't see any difference in length. I think the exceptions process would be more streamlined because there have been many more cases on that topic, and it's just the way forward legally. So
if we do an exceptions process, will you state that your organization?
Then we would come forward and say, we haven't seen the reasons that one thinks there is one.
But you'll be opposing that probably too, so it's kind of one or the other.
We would be advocating for following the laws of it. That's I'd just like to correct that. It's not that we disagree with everything or that we're anti-growth or anything, but we do really believe in the laws. And I wanted to go back.
Anti-growth?
No, we love growth within the city boundaries or the urban communities like Sun River and Black Butte. We think that we just don't want to see sprawl because, as Scott was saying, it doesn't pay for itself. It's like a raven going for a shiny object. One sees that there are tax revenues but forgets that the county is going to be paying over the long term for sprawl. Sprawl never pays for itself. It never has. There are Canadian studies, United States studies, European studies. There's studies from all over that bear that out. So we're not in favor of sprawl. But I'd like to also say that I do come from a scientific background. And the thing is that lands that don't look like farmland actually are farmland. And that's how the lands are determined. That's what agricultural land as a legal term is determined, is based on what can someone do with it if they choose to. I don't know if you've heard about this, but the price of alfalfa hay, the market in alfalfa hay, has tripled in the last 20 years. It went from 200 million to 600 million or something. I hope it's not billion, but it's 3 times what it was. And Oregon's alfalfa source is becoming in demand in Saudi Arabia, China, and Japan. In Japan, they have no land. They have water because it rains all the time, but they have no land for hay. And in China, they have land but no water, and in Saudi Arabia they have no land or water. And all of these import markets are pulling alfalfa from the western states. Oregon has, and that's what we happen to have here. We have dry summers. The hay doesn't get moldy from rain during the summer. So we're a good alfalfa source. And just like we're talking about the Dundee Hills, no one believed in the 70s and 80s that those hills were ever going to be worth anything. Now they're the center of the Pinot Noir industry. And this alfalfa, the changing fortunes of alfalfa and hay is remarkable. No one would have seen that coming. Who would ever think that hay would become this big commodity? But it is becoming an important commodity. It's becoming a very big export in the agricultural community of the western states. So unless we recognize that land that doesn't look like much or doesn't seem like it's a crop that anybody cares about, things change over time. Farmers are always adjusting their crops depending on what the market will
So essentially
generate.
what you're saying is we should save this in case something comes along and we can grow a profitable crop there.
I think that is what the legislature says, and that's called ORS.
I agree with that.
ORS 215.243 And that statute says that the maximum amount of agricultural land should be preserved for future generations of Oregonians. Because if someone's little kid is writing a book report or social studies report in Mississippi or something, what are the natural resources of Oregon? One of our natural resources is our farmland. One of them is our forest land. We have cinnabar, we have all these different natural resources, but we have a lot of farmland, we have a lot of forest land. That's what we have. And according to the legislature, we should hold on to it. And just because it may not look like it or it may not seem like it's a good crop now, it could be in the future. Things can very much change in the future. And that's what the statute says. So then Landwatch and 1,000 Friends, we're advocating for laws like that law. Which, again, so we're advocating that the way forward is through those laws and in recognition of them. Do you have any questions?
Well, as someone who's bought alfalfa, I would say the price has gone up, but the price has gone up recently because of all the hemp production in this county. And someone who, as a person who grew up on a farm, there is soil in this county that could be designated that I can't imagine what you're going to grow on it unless you have a lot of water. And now we have the water issue where, they don't want agriculture and water is supposed to be really, really utilizing it 110%. So, you're saying a lot of things, but I still see these projects as something that have been historically there for decades too, just like Friends. It's been there for decades, and it wasn't something that has been cleaned up. And so I feel like, we're just trying to recognize that there are these only 6 communities in our county that do fit in this characterization.
Yeah, I think there's, just as I said, there is a way forward for those 6 communities. I just think the way forward is called a reasons exception, or it's already been built exception. There's exceptions, and that would be the way to go to the courts or go to LCDC, and then if it's challenged, go to the courts and defend it and say, this is what we think about these 6 areas. We think they were misdesignated and they should be fixed. There is in other words, it's not supposed to be a one-size-fits-all system. It's not as though anyone is saying if this isn't
all growth is in urban areas.
Right.
Right. I mean,
Not all one size fits all.
if there is land that's been misdesignated, the system is designed to have exceptions for that. It's supposed to build in flexibility. It's just to have it all of the exceptions are done in a similar way, so there's uniform results.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Peter.
Yeah, it was handed out.
So we've got their letter.
Oh, thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Peter Gutowski, Deschutes County Planning Manager, and I appreciate the testimony this afternoon. Obviously, it's been feels like just about a year process where we've had this conversation about how to address 6 legacy areas that are rural residential subdivisions. A couple of comments. I'll start with Carol Macbeth's remarks about the exceptions process. As stated repeatedly for years, Deschutes County's been engaging DLCD about non-resource lands. In fact, Section 11, which is actually up for sale right now, was redesignated from exclusive farm use to multiple use agricultural 10, and then half that section was brought into the Bend urban growth boundary. DSL applied for a non-resource plan amendment zone change, and when they did, the Department of Land Conservation and Development expressed some reservations, but they ultimately supported or were neutral on that plan amendment zone change, in part because they were advocating that Deschutes County undertake a non-resource lands program. We didn't have one. We're one of several counties that has experienced non-resource land amendments, and to date, as of today, in fact, the Deschutes County has approved 7 plan amendment zone changes that have been acknowledged by the state. Additionally,
So to put that in perspective then, so that's the guidance from the state Department of Land Conservation and Development is, since you're having these applications, that is a lengthy process, a long journey for that zone change, why don't you put a little bit of comprehensive plan infrastructure in place so there's clarity about how you can go from point A to point B.
That's exactly correct, Commissioner DeBonne. It was, we have a comprehensive plan policy that acknowledges that one can apply for non-resource lands. And as part of this process, where we are now is we're trying to remedy 6 legacy essentially rural subdivisions that, as Commissioner Henderson noted, have been pre-platted and pre-exist the statewide land use system codified by Senate Bill 100. So over the years, we have explored the options that are available under state law. DLCD is on record that these 6 lands don't qualify as exceptions. I need to put that on the record. They don't qualify as exceptions because the county, as they developed, the county applied existing code, whether it's through the exclusive farm use code or the forest use code that created non-farm dwellings or template dwellings. You can't use that basis, that decision-making process as an exception, as a reasons exceptions or as an irrevocably committed exception. So
what we just heard, we've already been told we can't do.
DLCD is on record during this hearings process and in a letter a few years ago that basically states that the exception process does not is not applicable to these 6 areas. Furthermore, you may recall the Big Look Bill, ORS 215-788 talks about mapping errors. We explored that a few years ago, and DLCD ruled that these aren't mapping errors, and we acknowledge that they're not. They were, at the time that they were designated farm and forest use zoning, they were largely undeveloped, and that it was imperfect data. And that in the mid to late 70s, it was determined that for whatever reason, they warranted a farm or forest zoning designation as opposed to rural residential exception or multiple use agricultural 10. They didn't have the utilities, they didn't have the developments, the single family dwelling structures. So that's where we are today. Is we have, just to be clear, we have 6 residential subdivisions that are platted multiply. They have multiple ownerships. They have utilities. They're most outside of Section 36 are under 2.5 acres. And we think the record that Zechariah has so diligently pursued really shows that for those that are zoned forest lands, that they're not capable. Ed Keith, our county forester, has shown they're not capable of generating commercial forestry products. They can generate some firewood, but that's not a commercially viable enterprise. The other piece that I think is noteworthy, and I want to recognize Scott Hilgenberg's efforts for joining us today, coming over the pass, is he mentioned the conditional use process, how valuable the conditional use process can be for non-farm dwellings and template dwellings. And in fact, just to be clear, our conditional use code under DCC 18-128-015, pains me that I have to remember these numbers, there's a provision that it basically exempts or accepts the general compatibility criteria that pertain to transportation access or compatibility with natural resource. It exempts that or accepts that for single-family dwellings. It explicitly carves that out and says if it's for single-family dwellings, you don't have to meet the general standards for conditional use criteria. Now, you still have to meet the requisite criteria to demonstrate that for those lands that are zoned exclusive farm use, you have to demonstrate you're not meeting agricultural lands definitions. You can't be absorbed as part of a larger tract. Can't be used for grazing, things of that sort. But I just wanted to get that on the record, that there's this sense that somehow there's this added protection under the status quo for these 6 areas. And it's not true. These properties that are vacant, that come forward piecemeal for non-farm dwellings or template dwellings, they basically demonstrate they're not forest land. They basically demonstrate they're not farmland. But there's no other provision that the code leverages to somehow determine if they're compatible with wildlife or for natural hazards. We still coordinate with rural fire protection districts. We still have an acknowledged Goal 5 program. They still have to meet siting standards and fencing standards. But as Zach has noted, these lands, you know, are not introducing a new conflicting use. Dwellings are allowed today conditionally. What we're proposing is to allow them as an outright permitted use. So I will acknowledge that we are, you know, we think this is a matter of first impression. There is some vulnerability in that we acknowledge that these 6 areas are recognized as having Class 6 soils for those that are zoned exclusive farm use, and for those that are forest, those 2 properties, Hayner Park and Section 36, or Hayner Park, Section 36, part of Squaw Creek Canyon Estates, and Meadowcrest Acres, there's 4 of them, that they have low productivity for yielding forest timber, but they meet the baseline threshold. Our argument, though, pivots on that and says it's really asking the board to consider, and certainly I think to the extent that this is challenged before the Land Use Board of Appeals, is one must also look at the external factors, look at the other factors that impact these lands. And as we've believe that's in the record, they're legacy lands, they're owned by multiple parties, with the exception of Section 36, they're under 2.5 acres. For Section 36, we have a policy says that you can't further divide that land, which honors the fact that it's in a wildlife area combining zone. These are lands that have never been irrigated, that have never been used for timber production. We believe that they won't be used for future agricultural forestry opportunities because of the land use pattern. They are surrounded by land divisions, or in the case of Hayner Park, they're these legacy lands that are so small with infrastructure and utilities that no one in their right mind is going to utilize them for a timber harvest. So in any event, we know that this is a controversial issue. There is no hiding the ball in terms of some long-term agenda that would redesignate other lands. This is exclusive to these 6 areas. I think we've been very forthright about that to address Mr. Goddard's sensitivity. It's really trying to recognize these lands for what they are, and we really don't have any other options. And this commission has also, I'll conclude by saying this commission has respectfully asked LCDC to undertake rulemaking. And due to their own constraints and other priorities pertaining to urban lands and House Bill 2001 and 2003, they don't have the capacity to do that. So Deschutes County, at least what's before you now, commissioners, as you're well aware, is a genuine, sincere attempt to address these 6 legacy lands by the only means that we know how. They don't qualify for exceptions. They don't qualify under the Big Look bill. And with the policies that have been drafted and one that's been refined, as summarized this afternoon by Zechariah, we believe it really hones it in. It's trying to honor these lands for what they are and preclude any other opportunity that would somehow introduce a new conflicting use that would undermine the integrity of the land use system. So thank you for hearing these responses.
Thank you.
Thank you, Peter.
I have one question. The one of the 6, and I appreciate the kind of clarification of some of those issues, like the exceptions and how that works and what's available to us and what isn't. But in some ways, Section 36 is distinguishable in the fact that, one, it does have low percent of habitation. I mean, I think only 16% of the lots are developed. They're bigger lots. I don't know what kind of forest it is. If it's pine forest, there's a lot of it, at least from the map we have. A 10-acre parcel is a fairly big parcel. I mean, you could, if you owned one, you'd spend some time walking around. Would you ever consider it as severable from the other 5 because of distinguishing factors? So I noticed even in the comments that was picked out as well. Down there, if there's more housing, there'll be more road requirements, et cetera.
It's a great question, Commissioner Henderson. I mean, Section 36 is unique. It, unlike the others, it was created through conveyances before we had a partition or subdivision code. The lands are larger, as you described. We don't see a lot of interest out there. It is pretty remote. It's located east of the city of La Pine. Nonetheless, I think the testimony that our county forester, Ed Keith, acknowledged is it's still not viable forest land. Now, it is in a deer migration area, as is Meadowcrest Acres, which is also in southern Deschutes County, but Meadowcrest Acres is a subdivision that's at least 50% built out and surrounded by residential subdivisions. It's not in a high groundwater area. Staff is very well aware of the vulnerability of southern Deschutes County in terms of high groundwater. We have evidence in the record from Todd Cleveland, and our environmental soil supervisor, who acknowledges that on-site septic or on-site wastewater is not a limiting factor. But anyway, going back to Section 36, those are large tracts. I think we can make an argument with the evidence in the record that it's the land still being managed appropriately for deer that are using it for a high migration area or for migration corridor. We have a policy, and actually the code precludes, the wildlife area combining zone essentially precludes any further density. So anyway, there are some differences, as I noted in my first remarks, Commissioner Anderson, but I think it's still a legacy issue out there in terms of the importance of working with property owners. It's residential. We did a site visit with the Planning Commission. There's a range of housing type, kind of large, upscale kind of ranchettes, with wooden, very attractive wooden fencing, to those that are, I think, much more limited in their financial means. And I think it's very important in these types of areas to recognize that the intended purpose is for residential. And in this area specifically, I think when you look at the cost of an entitlement, it is expensive, and it can be somewhat cost prohibitive for those that want a rural lifestyle and understand the importance of just making sure that dwellings and appropriate utilities to serve those dwellings continue to comply with code. There's been some challenges out there from a code enforcement standpoint over the years, and this is one of those areas where I think if we could find some success with a non-prime resource lands designation, this area would likely benefit the most, because there are some areas where people are somewhat financially limited and would like to do the right thing or invest in their property or do an accessory structure and be able to do that, not having to deal with an entitlement, but instead going right to building code. So it's an important area, and it's one that we've been addressing for years.
Two things I'd like to add on to Peter's points about Section 36. When we had an open house down in South County, that was probably it was the most well-attended open house that we had. There was a lot of interest, a lot of support for the non-prime resource program, and interest in that, the new designation for this property. And then the last thing I'll mention, as Nick mentioned to me, is that if the board is interested, it's at your discretion if you do feel like it would be best to pull out Section 36 in a separate proposal. Staff can certainly work on that.
Well, to me, I'm just kind of weighing is the fact that it's distinguishable doesn't necessarily mean it's less good to have it be in this program. I mean, I'm just trying to see what those factors are, so.
Yeah, we should keep it all together at this point. I mean, I don't know. It's just an idea at this point, but I don't support that.
Yeah.
So good discussion today.
Very enlightening.
I have a question for the chair or Vice Chair, when you had the hearing, when you first did it, did you have any testimony at that, or did you just move it to this date? Do you remember? Or?
Did we have here
Carol
testimony?
Macbeth had joined us.
Yeah,
She was the
Carol was
only
there.
testimony.
Okay, but,
We have a letter from, we received a letter from her that day, I believe.
Yep.
okay, and CORE didn't have any, they just have given a
No.
letter today.
Today.
Okay, yeah.
Yes, that one just came in today. But there are all these other letters in our packet from a group. And what about the fact that Oregon State is not able to do that for what's another 60 days?
Approximately, and if the commission is interested in having staff further pursue an analysis by Oregon State Extension or perhaps a consultant, I would recommend that we at the very least keep the written record open for potentially another 2 months at the least to work with such a proposal. And with that said, I do not have a guarantee that yes, they will do this within 60 days. It was more, we're so busy we wouldn't be able to get to it within that time frame.
Is that the only school in the state that can do that type of analysis?
There are soil scientists and perhaps other consultants that staff could work with. We actually met with a consultant that was recommended by Oregon State University Extension. He had a similar timeline, and of course, working with a consultant, we're looking at, not something that would be complementary that Oregon State Extension would do. It would be a service or a contract that the county would enter into.
If I may, Commissioner, Madam Chair, when we were at AOC and we had the opportunity to read essentially Scott's arguments, it occurred to me that we should reach out to Oregon State Extension. They had a booth there, and they seemed very open at the time to be able to do the kind of analysis that our county forester, Ed Keith, initiated and is now in the record. Zechariah's already talked about the disappointment because we thought we might be able to get something in the record from them. And I think the question for the Board of County Commissioners is, Thousand Friends of Oregon acknowledged, in their letter in November, they really acknowledged the Douglas County LUBA decision as it pertains to Douglas County's non-resource lands legislative amendments. And Thousand Friends brought up a number of issues which we've addressed, we think, in terms of how it does or does not affect the county's housing needs, how it does or does not affect Goal 7 and natural hazards and wildfire, how it does or does not affect public facilities. And then we get to the salient issues, which is the resource land designations. And the question for the board is whether you feel that you can rely on this, we're land use planners, we're not agronomists or soil scientists, whether you feel it would be beneficial to have a third party visit these two areas. It'd be Squaw Creek Canyon Estates, First Edition, and what's the second exclusive farm use?
Meadowcrest.
Oh, Meadowcrest Acres, thank you. Sorry, I missed earlier, I think I said they had forest lands. So those are the two areas, whether it would be worthwhile to have an agronomist or a soil scientist see those subdivisions for what they are and look at the NRCS soils and the fact that they've never been irrigated and presumably provide some evidence in the record that an elected official can rely upon to make a reasonable decision as to whether or not they think these lands are truly agricultural. Obviously, Carol Macbeth has stated that, there's always this desire to hold on to these EFU, exclusive farm use zone lands, but these lands are unlike any others. That's why we've introduced them to the board. These two areas are in platted areas surrounded by other rural residential subdivisions with existing roads, with existing infrastructure. Now, we can say that and put that in the record, and we already have. It's whether the board feels like that's enough to provide a compelling argument to the extent you're supportive of this amendment to the Land Use Board of Appeals, or whether you'd like to rely on an additional third party. And it's that latter aspect. If you do, it's going to take us some time to, identify a consultant that can do it, and enter it into the record with enough time so that the board can consider it. But it's not something we can do immediately.
But you're saying 60 days.
Well, that's as a starting point. I was cautiously optimistic in late November that we might have something for you today. It didn't materialize, unfortunately.
Well, it was the holidays.
They gave us indications that this was something that they thought they could do. It was well within their expertise, and we found out last week that they had other priorities. So it was disappointing.
Well, I guess the issue, of trying to look at this, whether it's farmable or not, if you just look at the photographs of them, it's a rural subdivision. Over half of the lots have houses on them. So you might be able to have gardens or big gardens on some of these properties, but is that farming if you have a half-acre garden on each of these lots? I guess the other question to me is that, in the end, we're going to get appealed on whatever we do. And they're going to argue when they appeal it that, well, the way you tell if it's farmland is you have to do soil tests, which cost thousands and thousands of dollars. It's only available for rich people. And they're going to say, well, you got to do that because it's could be soil class 6. Well, what if it's soil class 6 and it's 3 inches deep? It doesn't really it's not farmable. And that's what's the real, I haven't been to these particular parcels, but there's lots of Central Oregon, and I would guess that may be the case here, where it's not just the quality of the soil, it's the quantity. So, Oregon State could go out there and walk these lots and see how deep it is and see whether there's any water, right? They can do a report for us, but in the end, they're going to still complain that, well, we didn't do a soil sample, and we didn't do all the processes that the Oregon law requires you to do, so we shouldn't be able to change it. And so I guess that's my only reason not to wait 60 days to do that, because
Right. I know
I think we are hopeful as.
It'd be nice, it'd be interesting, but
I don't know that it's an analysis like that's going to add a lot.
Interesting.
Yeah.
The forest is a practical thing because most of us can't really tell. If there's trees growing there, we don't know how fast the trees regrow. We don't, but we understand the difference between firewood and timber. So.
Right, so staff, you would be relying on the analysis and the summary that we've been giving you for months now that's in the record. This isn't viable commercial agriculture for reasons that we've already explained. And we are making an argument, they will make an argument that it's class 6 soils based on the NRCS study, and that is a hard stop. Whereas our argument, and it is a matter of first impression, and maybe the fact that both parties are here, maybe there is an avenue where the Land Use Board of Appeals would, I don't know if anyone's made this argument solely on, on the fact that while the NRCS says class 6, we are respectfully asking that under a reading of the administrative rules and goal 3 that that the courts should consider these other factors. We're not just dismissing, and we're not paying. We don't have the resources. We don't have the property owner permission to do all these soils tests. But if one would step back and look at the use of the land as it's been utilized for the last almost 50 years, it's not agriculture, and it never will be agriculture for the reasons that we've discussed. So it is a aggressive interpretation and respectful ask from the Land Use Board of Appeals, and Adam will do a much better job than presumably I am articulating to the commission in terms of if a brief has to be prepared. But that's from a practical standpoint, common sense standpoint, if we could get the Land Use Board of Appeals to consider that, I don't know how you could come to another conclusion that these 2 properties, and as well as the 4 that are zoned forest use, are anything but legacy rural residential developments, and with the protections, again, these are policy amendments. This is a policy framework that if the Land Use Board of Appeals in the courts subsequently, if they acknowledged, this would give the county the ability to recognize these lands under a non-prime resource lands 10 zone to act just as they are today. It would allow single-family dwellings or manufactured home and their accessory uses as a use permitted outright, nothing more. And I don't think this is, I've been practicing planning for 20 years. I don't think this is an abomination of the land use system. We spoke to Scott's predecessor, Muriel, maybe a year ago, and she herself acknowledged to us that there are a lot of lands like this throughout Oregon that are these legacy subdivisions. And I mean, what I took away from the conversation I had with Muriel was that this isn't bad public policy. It's just recognizing these legacy areas for what they are and allow them to be developed for what they are, not to diminish Central Oregon Land Watch's or Thousand Friends of Oregon's commitment to urbanization and efficiency. But, you know, they are going to get developed over time, and we're just trying to take away a bureaucratic layer that makes it expensive for many parties.
Well, I know we keep talking about the soils and the classification of the soils, but the other thing about Deschutes County, which is unique, is that we have one of the shortest 2 growing seasons in the state. So irregardless of what is on that ground, and if it's only 2 inches or whatever, we have like such a short growing season that I really do believe that's very significant. That was one of the reasons why marijuana was put in greenhouses, because otherwise it freezes. It was, 7 this morning in Sisters, you know, and.
No, it's absolutely true. We have,
you know,
it's
short
hard
growing
to grow
season.
things even in the garden here compared to most parts of the state. One other thing that I recalled when you were talking about the other effort in Douglas County that I think Thousand Friends should, I probably realizes, but we want to, I think, make clear is that this wasn't, it seemed to me that Douglas County was really had a different goal when they were doing with what they were doing in terms of changing the thing than we do. I don't see us as trying to develop economic opportunities the same way they were kind of developing economic opportunities. And we're just kind of conforming the zoning in our minds or the designations into what's there rather. I don't know. It'd be interesting, actually, I'm going to ask if we have a written time period for more stuff to find out what the value of these lots are. But that isn't the driving factor in our county. It's really, it isn't. But it was, I think, in Douglas County that there was an economic opportunity.
So, I mean, a suggestion for the commissioner's consideration is, I mean, the parties, the 2 primary parties, Thousand Friends, Central Oregon Land Watch, this is the second board hearing, of course. They provided testimony at both proceedings. For your consideration, and I'm jumping ahead of the case planner, so Zechariah, I apologize, but what I would ask you to consider, if you're comfortable with the way the record stands now, is I would consider closing the hearing, and then we'll schedule deliberations for a couple of weeks. Let staff get the findings to where we want them so you can consider them for first reading. You can certainly keep the written record open if you'd prefer to see if anyone wants to respond to maybe the testimony that I've offered or the comments that I've offered this afternoon. But that was the thought that I had initially. If there was support for the record as it stands today, is consider closing oral and written testimony, and then in February we'll come back for deliberation and consideration of first reading. But that's, again, I don't want to diminish the fact that if the board wants to leave the written record open, that's certainly well within your purview, of course.
My only thought is there are citizens, just like you mentioned, the community meetings around town that, you know, if there was kind of a call to put something in the written record, we could get some more just letters, you know, opinions. You know, I don't know that there'd be substantive content for changing this package. So I'm just going through that thought process right now, thinking about the written record, if we would want to leave it open or not. On one hand, I think this package is starting to hang together well. It's a good, very substantive discussion. maybe we don't. So I'm kind of half in and half out for written record right now.
I think, I don't know, the hearing should be closed today, but the written record, I don't know. What do you think? Keep it open for another week? If it's the 15th? Or do we have to keep it?
That's fine with me. I mean,
No,
We don't have to
there's
do it.
no open record mandates. It's a legislative
Yeah,
process.
legislative matter, just
Multiple public
anything would
hearings.
show up.
Okay.
So yeah, maybe, yeah, that's a good way to just leave it a simple open record period for a little while.
and then is it mandated, then you have the additional comments after that, or no, it's
No,
just
it would
open
be
for
one,
written
one
record?
date certain for anybody to submit anything.
Okay, yeah,
Okay.
I'm good with that, I guess.
Yeah.
So next Wednesday,
Yeah, I support a week then, that's fine.
the 22nd at 5 PM?
Carol might write another letter.
Great.
Perhaps it might be beneficial to have, to just clarify, you've closed the public hearing. You're
Right.
going to hold the record open until,
Until 5 PM on January 22nd, which is
perhaps
next
Zach
Wednesday.
could indicate if you're going to file electronically, you've got your disclaimer.
Yeah, so, thank you. We do have a project website, deschutes.org/NPR. Again, sort of reiterating this for anybody listening online or in the audience, that has the information or the proposal. If you want to review the record, the official record, it is that which is a hard copy, resides in the Planning Division's office, so please contact me. My contact information is on that website. And our policy, off the top of my head, don't have it right in front of me, but we only accept,
Over 20 pages, they have to be brought in.
yeah, less than 20 pages, have to be hard copy, or you can submit an email, but it has to be less than 20 pages. If you provide links, make sure you print those out, because we will not go out and select those hyperlinks and download all those copies. So, and if something needs to be provided in color, that needs to be provided as a hard copy as well.
Right. Okay. So then, do you have the date for us then when you'll come back to us? Do we know that date?
We don't know it. We'll look at
Look
your
at the
schedule.
schedule. Okay.
The end of January fills up pretty quick. I think it'll be in early to mid-February. We'll work with Sharon and Tom to make sure it's a manageable, regular meeting.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
So now our hearing is ended for this portion.
Sure.
Is there any official?
Well, we've,
I think that was stated that the hearing's closed.
Yes.
Record's held open, and you'll deliberate probably sometime in February.
Thank you. Ted?
thank you.
Other items?
Yes, we do have other items.
We do have a couple of
Executive sessions.
If you, your pleasure, we could retire upstairs to
Okay.
That's fine.
Yeah, we can go go upstairs then? Sure. So, we're going to retire upstairs.
So this meeting will be recessed and to reconvene in a few minutes upstairs and for additional items and then some executive sessions.